Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel on living donation and faith communities. My name is Jed Gross, and I'm a member of UHN's bioethics program, where my work supports our transplant team. Before our panelists introduce themselves, I'll just remind you that you can submit questions on slido.com using the event code AM4. Today's session is being recorded and will be available on the Center for Living Donation's YouTube channel. Let's meet our panelists. First, Dr. Asim Padella is a clinician scientist working at the intersection of healthcare, religion, and ethics. Dr.
Morning.
Padella, would you have anything you'd like to add?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. In addition to that, I work on the aspects of organ donation with the Muslim community, both in the terms of empirical work on how Muslims think about this, but also how Islamic jurists opine around the topic.
Thanks. And next we have Pandit Rupnath Sharma, who is a practicing Hindu priest and a leader in several community organizations.
It's good to be on board. It'll be a learning lesson for me to hear what's happening, because the idea of organ donation is kind of new to our community. There are many, many thoughts about should we, shouldn't we, and hopefully we will address them along the way.
Sure. And Esther Dick is a living kidney donor who now works at Renewal, an organization that promotes organ donation in the Jewish community.
I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to hearing everybody speak.
Next, we have Esther's colleague, John Anhang, who is the founder and director of Renewal's Toronto branch.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm thrilled about this event. I look forward to telling our story and also learning about other people's story. And many thanks to UHN and particularly to Paula Neves for organizing this. Thank you.
Thanks. And we have Claudia Morgan, who is a kidney transplant recipient who can speak to the support of her Christian church.
Thank you for having me. I'm also working as a volunteer for the Transplant Ambassador program, so I look forward to sharing a little bit about that as well.
Thanks. We look forward to hearing from you. And Pastor Bruce Jones is the senior pastor at Willowdale Baptist Church.
It was a great joy for our church to walk through the whole process with Claudia, and we learned a lot about simply loving each other through the whole thing. So it's great to be here.
Yeah, I should have noted that's Claudia's congregation. And finally, we have Pastor Joel Gordon, who is also creative director at the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada.
Great to be part of this conversation. Looking forward to listening and learning a great deal from everyone.
Sure. I think that's everyone. I'll spare you any hackneyed jokes about a priest, a minister, and a rabbi, and we'll move right into Dr. Padella's presentation.
Well, once again, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the UHN Network and to everybody who's put this together. I have the unenviable position to start off. So my conversation this morning is going to be trying to bring some theory to the community education around organ donation. So with that, I just want to say I'm presently at the Medical College of Wisconsin, but I also direct a nonprofit called the Initiative on Islamic Medicine. And so you'll see both of those aspects of my academic hat as well as community hat come into this presentation. So to begin, let's see if I, hold on, I have control, yes. So to begin, there we go. Part one of my short talk will be about attitudes and beliefs. What I want to set up is the idea that there are many different determinants to organ donation behaviors in the community, religion being one aspect of them. And the second part of my talk, I'm going to take a deep dive into that aspect, particularly within the Muslim community, speak a little bit about how Muslims think about organ donation, what the Islamic tradition says about that, and then talk about an intervention in the community space around these attitudes. And lastly, I'm going to share with you some research, some data from our own tailored and balanced educational RCT, which is a randomized controlled trial, and share with you how we went about creating pamphlets and actually informing a fatwa, which is a religious ruling around organ donation in the American context. So with that, just a little bio about myself and a little bit more detail. So there's three things I do. There's an intersection of research work at the intersection of the Islamic tradition, biomedicine, and Muslim practices. So I conduct work on three populations: the Muslim patient population, the Muslim physician population, and indeed Islamic jurists, the scholars who are in charge with talking about what the faith has to say. So my work spans empirical, textual, and theological research. Our goal is to think about how Muslim behavior, right, is informed by these religious notions, and then to create Islamic bioethics interventions, meaning interventions that bring the faith and the medical context together in the setting of the community as well as in the mosque. So in the context of organ donation decision-making, I think there's three boxes we should think about and what makes it very challenging. First is that the medical context is quite challenging and complex. Organs are of different types. There are different questions about what's deceased donation, what's living donation, and there are processes where this becomes a little bit muddied. But there's also the context of families and communities. We all know that not every Muslim shares the same views on everything, nor does anybody else. We're all individuals, and we all have unique family structures and unique community influences. So the way that we think about organ donation will change depending on our particular context. And lastly, there's a lot of ethics around this, right? So there are the questions about, should I do something? Should I not do something? Can I do something, right? And if I do it, am I sinning? Am I not sinning? So that all comes together in a very complex way for each individual. So these decisions are made at the individual level, sometimes at the community and family level, but they're all unique. I don't think there's any situation is the same from one context to another. So a way to organize these sorts of processes is through theory. And there's a theory that we use in the healthcare environment, particularly around health education, called the theory of planned behavior. Now, it assumes that people plan their behaviors, and that's an assumption. But at the end, there's a process of how you think about an intention to make an action. So the biggest focus of this theory is on intention. What we know from scores of data is that 50% of individuals who make an intention to do something will end up doing it. Right? So in this context, we want to think about the donation of an organ. Then 50% of individuals who make an intention to donate an organ will end up doing it. So the focus is on informing intention. And there are three domains, or three sort of large boxes that inform one's intention to do an action. The first is an attitude. And so what that means is, how do I feel about something, about doing an action? And what outcomes do I expect from doing it? So in the context of, how do I feel generally about organ donation, and what outcomes for myself and for the society do I expect from participating in this act? The second domain is what we call subjective norm. And that has to do with, what do important others around me think about my doing that action? So the context of organ donation, what are those people who are important to me? My mother, my father, my sibling, my pastor, whoever those people are, those important people in my life, what do they think about my doing this action, donating an organ? That impacts one's intention. And the third domain is called perceived behavior control. If this pops up, let's see. There we go. Oh, well, the third domain is perceived behavior control, which has to do with the fact that, can I accomplish the act itself? Do I myself have the agency to accomplish that act? So these are the three domains. And most educational interventions have to do with the subjective norm. What we focus on, and even in a certain way, this panel, is to bring important people together from different communities to talk about the topic, to inform how you think important others in your life, perhaps religious leaders in this context, think about the act of donation. And then that will impact an individual's intention for that action. So within that sphere, there's two things, again, if you move sort of backward into the model, that inform this notion of subjective norm. And this is where, in our work, we have brought in the religious context. So one is normative beliefs. And if you put that in a religious lens, how does God or the religious community in general view my doing of this action of organ donation? Do they approve? Do they disapprove? Is there someone in between, right? Can the community, or does, in this case, the deity, both say that it's okay to donate? Is it okay not to donate? How is that being informed? So that's the normative belief structure of a religious community, which impacts an individual's intention. And then there's motivation to comply. Do I really care about what religious scholars say or think, or what, in this case, the deity or the religious authority says or does not say? So you could say, yes, religion says, let's take an example, and this is how it works in the religious community often. A religious scholar says you should do something, but that doesn't mean that everybody from that community will do that thing, right? Whether it be, in our case, praying or fasting or doing pilgrimage, whatever it might be. Because that action or that leader is not as important to the individual's makeup of how I make decisions. And we have to bear that context in mind, because religion is just one aspect of one's identity, and it might not be the most important aspect when one makes an intention. So I break this out because when we're going to talk about religious contexts and faith communities, we should recognize that there's a lot that goes into one making an intention to donate an organ, and that religion is but one component. However, I'm going to move to the Muslim context in a second. When we think about involving or evoking religious scripture or involving religious leaders, we have to think about how that plays a role in people's norms. So I'm going to share this last piece here, and this is going to set up the third part of my talk about what we've done in the Muslim community, where we think about normative beliefs as a sort of a can I question. Is it religiously permissible for me to do something? And the person or the group of scholars who can say that are religious jurists, right? They can inform a fatwa or a religious ruling, for example, of can I? They're just simply asking, can you do this or not? Is it permissible or not by the faith community? The second aspect is, should I? And oftentimes that is not answered by the jurist or the fatwa or the religious scholar. That's based on a community notion, right? Should I? Should I think about it? So yes, I know I can, but should I? And that is often, if you don't think about those two aspects, and you say that a fatwa is going to change behaviors, or a religious leader saying something on the pulpit is going to change something, you're forgetting that that's just the can I question, not the should I. So now, as I said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Muslim quote unquote problem or the context with organ donation. And in this case, I want to bring data forth from both the living context, living donation, and deceased donation. So as I mentioned, I've done a lot of empirical work in this domain. Here are a few studies of mine and another colleague of mine talking about organ donation in the diaspora. So you see here, the first study was in Michigan, where 35%, it's about 1,000 people and Arab Americans, both Muslim and Christian, Chaldean, and 35% held that deceased donation was always justified. It should say held that deceased donation, yeah, so only a minority did, and then Muslims were less likely to support that. When I went into the Muslim community itself, this sample is now from mosques in that area in Michigan, we found again the same notion that the minority, 39% supported donation after death, and more than half believed that it was not ethically justified. So the overwhelming view was that we should not be donating organs. A larger study of Western Muslims, this was largely UK, Canada, and the United States, you see again the same signal, that the majority, or in this case, the minority, felt organ donation was compatible with their faith, right? And those who had higher religiosity were less likely to hold positive views. So this sets up this notion of a Muslim problem, right, of organ donation. I can share other data if you would like, but generally across the geography, both in the American context and the UK context and the Canadian context, and actually in Muslim majority nations, there's low support for organ donation in the Muslim community. People assume then that means that Islam is a factor, right? So we should inform and reinforce the idea that Islam, the religion itself, encourages donation, or that it's permissible to donate, and that will increase the donation in the community. That's the logical train that's used in a lot of community programs. You'll see the form that this takes is often a fatwa. So this is one from the UK in 1995, that they released a fatwa that was indigenous from that community, from scholars from that context, who said organ donation is permissible and laudable, and they wanted organ donation behaviors to change. Or in a community education where you bring people together, you bring some scholars together, you say, hey, look, organ donation is permissible by the faith, now I want your attitudes to change. By and large, when you study these sorts of interventions, nothing changes on the ground. The rates don't improve. And part of that reason is what I set up before, that you're not engaging the entire notion that faith is but one component, and that you're only talking about the can I question, not the should I. So let me share a few other things in this domain. That religious permissibility is not the only Muslim concern, right? So I've done some work here, and colleagues of mine, those are a book and then a paper of ours. So when you think about religion, there are other concerns people have. So in our context, the focus groups, we found that people worried about the treatment of the body, both in living and deceased donation. Are the modesty requirements that Muslims have met during that process? People worried about whether they would be morally culpable for the deeds of the recipient, right? So if I were to donate my organ and that person does something that's sinful with that organ, am I now liable because I facilitated that action by the act of donation? There's a large concern, and in the Q&A we can talk about this, around brain death, and I put it in quotes because both as a physician, as a bioethicist, and as a religious sort of literate, not scholar I'd say, but someone who's literate in the tradition, this is a very controversial area, right? And Muslim scholars are on different spectrums of what brain death means. Some say it's a true death, it's ontological death, others say no, it's a dying state. Therefore, even the definition of what's living and deceased will change based on which scholarly view you follow. And then those are part and parcel of the religious concerns, but they're not just about can I. Moving forward, the next sort of domain to think about is this idea of other solutions. So oftentimes when you go into the religious community, they say, well, why are we trying to promote donation from individuals, humans, when we can prevent the fact that people have kidney failure in the first place, right? Why don't we focus on giving hypertensive treatment or diabetic treatment as a prevention modality? Why is money being spent in one area and not the other? Can we think about xenotransplantation from monkeys or pigs, or synthetic organs, which are now a active area of research? So why don't we focus on other solutions as opposed to just trying to change people's behaviors? The other aspect of now from Muslim to Islam is that plurality is inherent in the tradition about organ donation. So we can talk more about this in the Q&A. I believe the Imam will be joining us, but if not, I'm happy to deal with this since this is an area of my own expertise. But there are three general ideas around organ donation. Again, we can parse out what's living and what's deceased, but generally speaking, organ donation is impermissible is a valid view in the tradition. And they base this on the notion of violating human dignity. And those two Arabic terms, hurma and karama, have specific meanings. And as I said, I'll go into that should our other scholar not be able to be here. The other domain is organ donation is impermissible in principle. I mean, that's the real ruling, but it's conditionally permitted because of dire necessity. People are dying because they're on the waiting lists, and therefore we allow this, what is generally impermissible modality of donating, to be conditionally permitted, as long as that situation exists and there's no alternative. And that's the real point here. So if synthetic organs exist, then perhaps then this would not become permissible. It would default back to the impermissible ruling. And the third notion is that organ donation is permissible, right? And generally speaking, but has several stipulations. And the basis of that is that it serves a general public interest. People, and health in this case, right? People's health, life-saving or life-enhancing treatment is what organ donation allows. Therefore, because it's a general public interest, you can go forth. Now, this in the Canadian context is fine because people have access, but in the United States, not everybody has access to organ donation. Again, that questions the permissibility of that on a religious scale. So the medical context here is also a little bit interesting, right? Because there's risks and benefits to organ donation. The benefits are not all the same for all organs. As I just sort of foreshadowed, there's some life quality enhancing donation or organs like the cornea, and there are life-giving ones like the heart. So it's not a singular context. And the risks are not equal for all individuals. People who donate their kidneys, living donors, all of them have increased the risk of kidney failure. That might be marginal for some people, minimal for others, and significant for others. So the point is that this is a fact, a medical fact, and we should all be cognizant of that, depending on your own sort of comorbidity makeup. And then there's family stigma in some families, right? So people in certain contexts are stigmatized for donating, and we should recognize that. Lastly, I'll say now, and generally speaking, societal level, there are other concerns about whether or not we somehow devalue the human being by thinking ourselves as interchangeable parts, right? As opposed to this honored one creation of God, that rather now we are just interchangeable parts, and people now are going to think of ourselves as that way. And that this will set up a quote unquote black market, which we know exists in certain parts of the world, where people, because of circumstance, usually the poor individuals, have to sell their organs to suffice getting food and providing for their families. So we should recognize that as well. And because of this context, some scholars might be more conservative, quote unquote, to say we shouldn't permit organ donation because of these implications societally. So now moving forward to the project that we did over the last 3 years, what I'd call a better intervention in the Muslim community. It had these aspects where we dealt with both the can I and the should I. The can I being this fatwa notion, right? So we presented in the context of intervention in mosques, fatwas for and against organ donation, living and deceased. So we presented people with, this is the plurality from the tradition. Let's give you enough data so you can make informed choices, right? So the religious reasons for and against, at the same time, the biomedical benefits and risks, as I just enumerated, right? What's the benefit and risk? How you can calculate that? There actually are calculators online. And we gave data, we gave information around the procedural aspects of organ donation, both how one would go about it in the living space and then the deceased space. We've then had, that's the can I. So now you have information about the can I. Then these experts who talked about all this left the room. And we had peer-led discussions. So we trained peer educators to have people talk about the pros and cons, right? And what resources they have to have discussions in their families after. So this was the should I notion, right? So we don't want an expert telling you what to do. Rather, now you can cogitate and actualize the knowledge yourselves by peers. So there's no experts here, just have conversations to think about what you want to do at the end, right? To better inform your choices. So our hope was to increase agency, knowledge, and then agency to donate, to inform choices. And I'll just mention that project was funded by the Health Resources and Services Administration, and we had partners from the Kidney Foundation, Gift of Hope, both in the Illinois context. So what it looked like was that we had 2 workshops, and I'm now near the end. So for those timekeepers, I'm going to get finished on time, don't worry. We had 2 workshops, one on end-of-life care, one on organ donation. Given what I mentioned, that deceased donation, right, is a different view based on whether you think brain death is a living state or a dead state. So we talked about both contexts and workshops. This was in 2 cities, Chicago and Washington, D.C. And our objectives were to see whether or not education improved behavior and knowledge. And we want to develop Muslim community-facing brochures that were data-driven. So the workshops occurred this way. There's a pre-sermon, a sermon given to the larger community talking about religious bioethics and caring for one another, not about organ donations per se, but that set up the idea that this community will now be part of an intervention. We're going to talk about this controversial area. We had didactic lectures about the biomedical, procedural, and religious aspects, as I just mentioned. And then we had, the closing was a peer-led sort of educational discussion where you would go through pros and cons. And this was in each circle. So people broke out into little groups. And each group would report back to the group, to the larger group, what the pros and cons were for donating an organ from their view and their shared knowledge with each other. These sheets were very important to create the brochure, which I'll talk about in one more slide. So what were the results of the study? This is a busy slide, but generally I can share I wanted to share this for the source here, but this is what generally occurred. Right, we found that there was increased biomedical knowledge of organ donation, religious knowledge as well, both the pros and cons, risks and benefits. People increased in their preparedness. So we asked them not whether you want to donate, but are you prepared to make a decision? And generally speaking, the group increased in preparedness. We asked them about their likelihood to donate a kidney, since we were focused on living donation. And that also increased for all comers. And then we asked them about their likelihood to encourage others to think about. So if you have a relative or a mosque member who needs a kidney, because would you encourage them to seek out a donor? And they said that as well. So across spectrum, across 4 mosques in 2 cities, across hundreds of people, we found that all these markers increased, which gave us some validity to the model that we employed. At the same time, as I mentioned, one of the outputs was this brochure development from data, right? From these pro and con sheets, and looking at what already existed in the space around brochures of organ donation. We wanted to create our own that was based on sort of expert written content that's data driven. And how this, and I can share this with people in the end, and there's a link as well, that we would have a scenario. We could have the scenario of Sharif, right, who wanted to decide about living donation. So he would speak about the medical considerations. He would speak to this doctor and answer questions. And these questions that the doctor answered were based on the sheets that we had from the groups. Similarly, the religious leaders, he would talk about the religious context. And the same aspect here would come from the questions that people asked in the workshops. Then the other aspect of this was not just living donation, but deceased donation. So this was another character we came up with who talked about this aspect, what can be donated, what can't after death, and these sorts of questions. And we wanted to dispel myths, again, all based on what the conversation happened in those workshops. And then in the end, we had a decision tree, right, where people could follow themselves, see themselves Am I healthy enough? Yes. Or do I have this concern? No. So you would have a tree about whether it would be religiously permissible for you to or not have to donate your organs. And then the pamphlet in the end was approved by the Association for Medical Affairs and Transplantation in the United States, and then the FIC Council, the Religious Council of North America. And ultimately, as I mentioned, I was part of the group that helped write this fatwa that came out in 2019 or 2018 on organ donation from that FIC Council. So in the end, we also then wanted to popularize this. So we had public media consumption, these sort of articles that came out around organ donation in Muslim media articles. So not just in the academic sphere, but in Muslim magazines. And as I said, I'll end here. So we have some time for questions for me, or I can take some questions after others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padella, for that nuanced approach to the variety of concerns and motivations within a religious community. I think we've been joined by Sheikh Yusuf Badat, who is an Imam and Director of Religious Affairs at the Islamic Foundation of Toronto. Imam Badat, why don't you introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Yusuf Badat. It's an honor and a blessing for me to be part of this organization and this event. I begin, as always, by praising the Almighty, and I send the best of salutations upon all the prophets and messengers of God, including Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. This is a very important and a great topic, and I've done considerable work in this field here with Service Ontario as well as Trillium. I've been part of the Be a Donor campaign. I've written some papers and some academic articles on the topic, and I've done a number of presentations on this particular topic. And I've worked with some of the hospitals here in Toronto within this field as well. So it's great to be part of this event and conduct this presentation. Obviously, some of the things that I am going to say or was about to say has been covered very aptly and succinctly by Dr. Asim. I appreciate his input, and it looks like we're on one page. I guess I'll get right into the presentation. I also look forward to hearing from the other speakers and interacting with them. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions or queries that might be on your mind that are directed towards me. And by doing so, we can create more awareness and ultimately save lives. To proceed, let's see, how are we going to move to the next slide? So, okay, there we go. So we've done the introduction. So from the Islamic perspective, life is a very great blessing. If we have life, we're able to enjoy life. If we don't have life, we basically can't even worship. We can't enjoy life, and it's the end of our existence here on this earth. I refer to a verse of the Holy Quran. God Almighty says that whoever saves a life, it's as if they have saved all of humanity. And whoever takes a life unjustly, then for sure it's as if they have unjustly violated the lives of all humanity. So these type of verses, these type of source texts, they highlight the fact that life is very sacred, it's very important, and I'm sure all religions, they share this sentiment. So that being said, we have to always preserve, protect, and maintain life. Now, if we look at the Islamic theology and what we call the fiqh or the jurisprudence, one of the maqsads of the Sharia, or one of the objectives of the Islamic law, is that we should never ever engage in doing anything that would violate the preservation of life, that would violate the sanctity of life, and that includes maintaining our health. So we find, for example, the Prophet, peace and blessings upon him, who is considered a role model, a mentor, a guide for Muslims. When we look at his health, we see that it was at its optimum. In some of the report, it's mentions that he only ate a decent meal once in a day. He refrained from eating too much red meat. He never filled his stomach till the till the maximum. He took water consistently, and it's also mentioned that he would work out. And some of the companions, when they describe his personality and his physique, they say that even though he had reached the age of 50 or almost 60 prior to his demise, his stomach and his chest were in line, also denoting his health and being active. In fact, his wife, Aisha, may God be pleased with her, she would race with the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, and she was quite young. And initially, she would always beat the Prophet in the race. But towards the latter part of his life, it was the Prophet Muhammad who would beat her in the race. And again, she would attribute that to her, health, etc. But the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, was optimum in his health. So I'm highlighting this example from the source text to show that how important it is to preserve and protect life. And this is what Islam teaches, that anything that would violate this the protection of life, it would be considered either makruh, which is disliked, or it would be considered haram, which basically means forbidden. And that's why I refer to another source text where the Prophet of Islam said, "Kullu muskirin haram," anything that intoxicates, anything that violates the uprightness of the mind and the body, it should be avoided, it should be refrained. So again, what I'm highlighting here, it's that Islam promotes that we protect and preserve and we maintain life at all times. Moving on here. Okay, so organ donation has been debated and discussed by Muslim jurists over the years. So as we've heard Dr. Asim given reference to some of these discussions and these debates. Now, I've studied from traditional seminaries, and I've actually studied manuals and jurisprudence, books of the classical scholars, and then also looked at many contemporary experts in the field of Islamic law and jurisprudence. And what we find is that this is not a new topic for Muslim experts in Islamic law. From the oldest manuscripts that I've studied, there has been talk about, I'll give some examples, there has been talk about if a medical expert is treating a patient and they find that there is some medicine that can be produced to preserve and protect the life of this patient through an organ or a fluid that comes from a human body, is it permissible to consume that as a medication and preserve that life and help that patient? So when we look at all these discussions, even in the classical source text, we find that there's a whole debate and a discussion around this. And again, the point of maintaining life gives us that flexibility that yes, in these situations, with some stipulations and conditions, it is permissible and we can safeguard the life and maintain the life. And that way it would be allowed from the Islamic point and the Islamic law. And then we have contemporary discussions that Dr. Asim also gave reference to, which I've read and I've also seen many current organizations, institutions, well-renowned scholars who have all leaned towards permissibility with some stipulations and some conditions. Moving on here. So I'm going to give reference to the Islamic Fiqh Assembly of the Muslim World League, which is based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So basically, a little introduction about this organization is that it's an assembly of Islamic scholars from across the world, internationally renowned Islamic scholars and Islamic experts. They meet once a year in Saudi Arabia, in Jeddah, And most of the discussions that take place in these assemblies are about new topics and current issues that either have not been talked about previously, or there have been some nuances or some new details that need to be debated and discussed. So over the last, I would say 20 years or even more, we find that this topic of organ donation, organ transplantation, etc., have been debated and discussed. The papers are readily available in various languages, and all the academic discussion as well as the perspectives from different ulama or Islamic experts and scholars have been recorded. And again, what we see here is that a leaning towards the permissibility, the preservation of life, and again, some stipulations that allow us to facilitate both the transplant, the harvest, as well as the transplant of the organs to save and protect and preserve life. So as we move on here. Okay, so as I said, the leaning is towards preservation of life. And this discussion is also surrounding the fact that we can be live donors as well as we can harvest an organ from a deceased. Again, the idea is that there are some stipulations and there are some conditions. Now, I've been mentioning stipulations and conditions, so I'm going to highlight that so you get an idea. And some of the discussions surrounding these conditions or these stipulations have been mentioned briefly by the previous speaker. So let's get into this here. So the first condition or the first stipulation is the process of the organ donation or the transplant as well as the harvest of the organ must uphold the dignity and the honor of the human being. You see, there's a verse of the Holy Quran, and I'm going to quote the verse, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ, where God Almighty says in the Holy Quran that God has given extended honor to the human being, has given dignity, extraordinary dignity to the human being. So this discussion has been debated among scholars that if we make incisions in a human being, whether live or deceased, and harvest an organ, this may be on the borderline of not showing that dignity. But again, what the scholars have come up to as a conclusion is that we look at the objective. There's a means and there's an objective. That incision is not to, disfigure the human being, or it's not to cause harm or dishonor the human being. It's rather for a higher objective. And again, that objective is the sanctity of life and protecting life. So therefore, the process that is presently done, we have great technology, we have precision, we have aptitude, we have great experts of the field who have rendered countless transplants, etc. So with all of this put in mind, we see that there's only respect and honor that is being accorded and afforded to the human being while doing the process of the transplant as well as the harvest or the taking of the organ from a human body. Another stipulation here or condition is that the objective must be to save lives. So we're taking out the organ and we're transplanting the organ to improve life or to save a life. It's either one of the two. So this is one of the maqsads of the Sharia. This is one of the core objectives of Islam, that we want to preserve and protect life. So therefore, this process of organ transplant and donation, it is in tune, it is in line with the objectives of Islamic law and the Sharia. Moving on here, another stipulation is that a professional medical expert has to have declared that this patient will benefit with this organ. Or a medical expert has to determine, yes, you are of the right blood type, you can donate your organ, you're not going to be adversely affected. So there has to be a medical expert who has assessed the situation here and given that go ahead or that green light, that yes, in this situation there's preservation of life, there's dignity, there's honor, and the process meets the criteria, because we can't just get anyone as they say, Tom, Dick, or Harry, just taking out an organ and trying to help someone. It has to meet the whole process through the experts of the field. The donor must give the consent willingly, voluntarily. They have to give the consent, and this goes for both those that are live donors or a deceased donor. While they were alive, they should have given consent. Here in Ontario, when we update our licenses or our health cards, etc., then the question is asked, the consent is done every time we do that update, and there's a signature. So there's a whole process that meets this criteria from the Islamic point of view. So if a donor hasn't given the consent, then we cannot harvest organs. Earlier, we heard about some parts of the world where the poor are put into situations where their organs are harvested, and they're not even told that what's going on, and there's a lot of violations in some parts of the world in this aspect, and we hear about it, we see it in the news. So that's why one of the stipulations, one of the conditions is definitely that there has to be consent. The donor has to willingly give that permission to donate their organ for the preservation of life. Live donors should not be adversely affected in health or normal life. So someone may need a liver, and I may fit the criteria, but then when I'm assessed, there's a chance that there's tremendous risk for me that might lead to my death. So then in this situation, it would not be permissible for me to donate my liver, because by donating, I might be saving a life, but I'm taking away my own life. So suicide is forbidden in Islam. But if a medical expert has assessed the situation and everything is fine, and temporarily or momentarily I might face some challenges, but my normal life will be assumed to be as normal as possible within a few weeks or within a month or so. So in this situation, it would be absolutely allowed and permitted for me as a live donor to donate an organ, again, to preserve life. And then we have the whole discussion about an organ. It should not be sold. This is not about business and trade. This is about the sanctity of life, and this is about the preservation of life. And as Islam indicates, that every organ of our body, every fluid of our body, it's actually a trust. It's an amana. It's a trust from God. So we can only use it the way God has permitted for us. So there's no reference whatsoever that we could ever sell an organ of ours, or we could purchase an organ. Rather, this process has to be through voluntarily, without any business or trade involved. So these are the core stipulations. Three other concerns that I want to point out towards. Many amongst the Muslims, as we've heard before, they're not too aware about this topic. I've made several presentations at different mosques and different communities, and I have different papers that I've written, and I've been on radio shows in the Muslim community and on TV shows, etc. And I always get the question after these presentations that, we didn't know about this. Where can we find more information? And we thought this was totally against the teachings of Islam. So there's a lot of ignorance, and we need to continue to create the awareness. And because of this ignorance, there's some consistent questions that come about. So one is that, okay, I'm a Muslim, and my faith is of a certain ideology or a certain perspective. And would it be possible for me to take an organ of a person who may not be a Muslim? So as they say, we all bleed the same. When it comes to our beliefs, and when it comes to our religions, or even if a person doesn't believe in any religion, when it comes to our organs and as human beings, we all share one thing. We are all part of this community, as we call humanity. And the references from the source text also explain that the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, said, we all come from one. and that is Adam and Eve. Adam and Hawa, as we say in Arabic, Adam and Eve, and we are all their offspring. So really, we're all brothers and sisters. We're all from the same, forefathers and ancestors going back to Adam and Eve. So therefore, we can definitely share the organs, even if the person's organ is from an individual who may not share our own faith. Another thing here is the burial is not significantly delayed. So what this means is that, in Islam, there's a perspective that as soon as someone passes away, we should try and bury the deceased as soon as possible, immediately. In fact, in some of the Muslim countries, what we have is that within 3 hours or so, once a person passes away, within 3 hours or so, the whole process of washing the body, shrouding the body, doing the funeral prayer, and completing the burial process, it takes place within that 3 hour span. And in this part of the world, at the mosque where I serve, we have a whole funeral service, and usually within 24 hours, the matter is taken care of. So the question that generally comes about from the community is that, okay, there's this process of delaying the burial because we're going to harvest the organ from the deceased. So if I consent to my organs being utilized after my demise, then perhaps my funeral will take place after a week or after 2 weeks or after a month. But the reality of the matter, and as experts tell us, that there's a certain time frame in order for an organ to actually be utilized to save life, and that's why it's done immediately, and there's not much of a delay. And again, the whole process of even if there is a slight delay, it's for a higher purpose and a higher objective, and that is to save life. So there is not a significant delay. The last point I have from the stipulations or the concerns here is that the incisions, so the incisions during the organ harvest, which I gave reference to earlier, it's not mutilation. Again, this has been debated and discussed, that there's a tremendous honor for the human being. So if we're going to make the incisions, it's going to lead to dishonoring the human or mutilation. Again, this is not the case. The incisions are for a higher purpose, and that is to save life. And it's not done with the intent of harming the human or dishonoring or disrespecting the human being. Now, as I head towards my conclusion, I just want to give reference to the Canadian Council of Imams. So I've been part of the Canadian Council of Imams. This is one of the organizations here in Canada that is a collection or an assembly of various imams from across Canada, and the office is based here in Toronto. So we've actually worked with Ontario, Service Ontario, as well as Trillium Health, and we have created a brochure, and some key organizations there, including the mosque that I serve at, have approved this. And again, this is to create awareness. So these are readily available, distributed at various mosques, and by reading it, it gives an idea of what the Islamic perspective is, as well as if someone has further questions, they can get in touch with one of the imams within the Canadian regions, wherever it may be. And also, if they would like a presentation at their mosque, etc., we could assign an appropriate imam to conduct that presentation. We've also done some presentations to some health experts. And again, this is all to create that awareness and the whole objective of saving and protecting life through the organ donation program. And as I said earlier, I've written a few papers and a few Islamic documents on this theme and this topic. So those can be found on my website at mathaba.org, where I do some of my teaching to the youth. And that basically concludes my presentation. I hope it broadened some of the horizons, and I pray that the Almighty accept our efforts. And I look forward to hearing feedback from the participants, and any questions or concerns that you may have from anything I may have discussed or said, I'd be happy to answer them and give a response to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Imam Badat, for placing these contemporary questions in a historical and juridical context. A reminder to those who have donated, well, thank you to anyone who has donated a part of yourself, but a reminder to those of you who have just joined us live, you can go to slido.com and submit questions using the event code AM4. Now, Pandit Sharma is going to share a Hindu faith leader's perspective.
Thank you. Before I start, what's our time check like?
We are right on time.
Good. Well, good morning and namaste, everyone. That was the most enlightening presentation by the two speakers previously. Dr. Asim, the extensive work that you and your organization have done, and also here in Canada, tells us about the depth of your community's commitment towards this program of organ donation. I must confess that I cannot say that to the best of my knowledge, that the Hindu community is committed in a structured approach of any nature to encourage people to make organ donation. Having said that, we live in a society where this is the reality and people are becoming aware of it, that donating their organs can have value, not only to their immediate family members, but to the community at large and to the world. There are quite a few things that are maybe prohibiting people to connect to these things. It only comes to a reality when it hits close to home. My father, my sister, my brother needs an organ, then I'm aware of it. But beyond that, there's no community effort where someone is on a podium or a pulpit or making a presentation on a Sunday morning at a mosque or a mandir for that matter that talks about, hey, everybody, let's think about donating our organs. It's not a subject for discussion from the Hindu perspective. But when it does happen, someone dies in the community or a situation comes up that a special need is there, the word goes about and people get all maybe emotional about it, and then it goes down again until the next event. Our community have certain, what I would call, unwritten constraints, traditions, culture, faith beliefs, and of course, the human emotional. Should I give a body? Will we desecrate the body? It's my child, it's my brother, it's my wife, it's my husband. We don't want to do this. But as far as my knowledge goes, and we've done some work on this, the Hindu tradition or religion and belief have nothing against the donation of organs of any form. The concept is, if what I possess can help someone else to live or to be better, then I'm making a great sacrifice. So that's a very, very general statement. Taking that as a foundation, Hinduism has nothing against organ transplant or donation. And even as science progresses, STEM research and so on, all of these things are part of the white paper that has to be addressed. So we have no issues about it. What we do need is we need a strong commitment within our community. And I want to compliment the Center for Living Organ Donation for this extensive work that they've been doing, because I've been contacted about a year ago and then again now, and they continue to work. And I think the more we work at this, the more we expose the activities of this organization, the more the world learns about the need and the value of this. It's the only way that we can convince any community, any faith community or any human being, that your contribution by donating your organ, if it keeps you healthy and safe at the same time, has value. How we go about this, I would use the word maybe very carefully, marketing might be a key factor, because we need to present this need in such a way that it appeals to the basic emotions and goodness of humanity. And regardless of our faith tradition, we are appealing to the human spirit, that you can give, and what you give will save another life, or what you give will make another life better, or you will lose nothing when you give. If anything, you will grow as a person, that you've given of yourself to make the life of someone else better. So these philosophies, I believe, must be a key foundation for those who promote this concept. or those who market this concept. And it must be done in such a way that it has no barriers or no boundaries to cross because of religious belief. I think we throw religion into the mix many times and saying the religion is a cause of us wanting to or not wanting to. I think the genuine human nature to be good is there regardless of our religious belief. And if we do not have a religious belief, we're living in a world where having no religious belief is also something that's very popular. So we need to appeal to the general human population from the goodness of their heart to do what has to be done. So I have no facts, no reviews, no any in-depth work that was done in the Hindu community to support any arguments that I'm making. I'm expressing a personal opinion, but I do believe that after this meeting, I've been given the push to talk to community leaders and to set up a forum whereby I may invite representatives from this organization to present to them the basic foundations of how this works, what are the pros and cons, how we can get engaged. And maybe with that effort, we can have something going forward where the Hindu community will be engaged in a much more profound way to making the community understand the value of contributing organs, not only kidney, but all organs. And that's the depth of my presentation today. And I thank you all for allowing me to listen. And I'm sure there's a lot more to learn. And I look forward to being part of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Pandit Sharma. Hearing some common themes today across the different faith traditions. Keep the questions coming on Slido, and we are now going to turn to Esther Dick and John Anhang to tell us a little bit about the story of Renewal in Ontario and what the Jewish faith has to say about organ donation. I'm sorry, John, I see your mouth speaking, but I'm not hearing anything. Is everyone else getting audio? I think you may be on mute.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for people who did not have the benefit of reading my biography on the website for this morning's event, let me give a brief introduction of myself. I'm the founder and director of Renewal Toronto. We are a nonprofit organization that works in Toronto's Jewish community to facilitate living kidney donations. Let me for a moment just focus on that. We do living kidney donations. We are, it's a very specific segment of the transplant world. We only deal with kidneys and we only deal with living donations. There are a number of reasons for that. But perhaps most notably, we find that when we focus on one area, we can be more successful in that area. So we don't deal with deceased donations, and we don't deal with donations of other organs. We're about living kidney donations. Renewal Toronto is a branch of Renewal New York. Renewal New York was set up within the Jewish community in New York City about 13 years ago. They are a very successful organization. And to date, they have been involved and they've facilitated more than 600 donations, 600 kidney donations, living kidney donations. About 11 years ago, I became aware of someone who was in need of a kidney through Renewal New York. And I myself traveled to New York and donated a kidney to someone in need. So I am myself a living kidney donor. When I was going through that process, I thought there must be people within the Jewish community here in Toronto who need a kidney transplant, a kidney donation. And I decided to set up a branch of Renewal here in Toronto. The New York branch discussed it with me and they agreed to that I could set up a branch of their organization here in Toronto. So far, Renewal Toronto, we've been involved in or facilitated more than 30 kidney donations in the Greater Toronto area. Probably half of those have been in the last 3 or 4 years as we really picked up steam in our activities. And as successful as we've been to date, we currently have somewhere between 30 and 40 people still on our waiting list who need kidney transplants. In fact, somehow, the more successful we are, the more people become aware of us and more people go onto our waiting list. I myself am not an employee of Renewal. I volunteer my time to Renewal on a part-time basis. I actually have a separate career. I work in a large company in the finance group. And I volunteer my time mostly in evenings and weekends, and sometimes on my lunch hour. I do have a colleague, Mrs. Esther Dick, who is a paid employee of the organization, and you'll hear from her shortly. At Renewal Toronto, we do three things. We do three things. One is we educate Toronto's Jewish community about living kidney donation. Most people in society, unfortunately, are just not aware of the potential for living kidney donation. And we spend a lot of time building awareness and doing education. The second thing that we do is that we help kidney patients who are looking for a donor. They're usually on dialysis, but not necessarily all the time. We help them find living kidney donors. As medical experts will say, it is better for a kidney patient to get a living kidney donor than a deceased donor, and better to get the kidney as soon as possible, obviously. And therefore, that is part of our mission, is to help kidney patients find living kidney donors as quickly as possible. The third thing that we do is that we guide and support living kidney donors through the entire process of testing. Actually, let me back up, not just testing, making their decision in the first place, whether to donate a kidney, and then testing, and then the surgery, and then through the recovery. One of our mottos, one of our slogans, as I like to say, is the donor is king. So donors need a lot of help going through the process. Typically, donors are very healthy people who don't have a lot of experience with the healthcare system, and they don't know what to expect if they decide to embark on the journey of being a kidney donor. So a big part of what we do is really guide and support living kidney donors. These three things that we do, Esther Dick will elaborate upon them in a few minutes. There's one other thing I'd like to speak about before I turn the floor over to Esther. I'd like to speak about the Jewish perspective on living kidney transplants. I'm not a rabbi, but I'd like to think that I've learned a bit. And Renewal does work very closely with rabbinical authorities, with rabbis in our work. So I'm going to give a very brief synopsis. Jewish tradition and law stresses the importance, the sanctity of human life, and therefore the importance of saving a person's life when they are in danger. In fact, there's a positive commandment in the Bible to save a person's life. Now, this is not at all cost. The person who's saving someone's life should not put themselves at significant risk. There's no point saving someone's life if a person dies in the process. There's no net gain. When kidney transplant started, I believe in the 1950s, it was a relatively high-risk surgery. And the risk declined slowly over time as it became more popular. And by the time we got to probably the 1980s, certainly the 1990s, living kidney donation is a relatively low-risk surgery. Perhaps, and I'm not a medical expert, perhaps having no more significant risk than a knee or hip replacement or hernia surgery and so on. It is low risk. There's always some risk, of course, but it is low risk. Consequently, today, well, over I'd say the last 20 years at least, but certainly today, all types of Jewish rabbis and religious authorities and scholars permit and encourage and applaud living kidney donation. The subject of living kidney donation is, I'd say, a settled issue, a completely settled issue within Jewish thought today. And this is certainly part of what drives us forward, is that it is a recommended and applauded activity to do. However, there is a lack of community awareness and education regarding living kidney donation. And that's why of the three things that we do at Renewal, that's the first one, is really to build awareness. In terms of, and I'll just digress for 1 minute, in terms of deceased kidney transplants, the Jewish thought is not quite as aligned and decided on the subject of deceased kidney transplants, which is part of the reason that we focus on living kidney transplants. We want to deal in an area where everyone agrees, and we want to deal in an area that helps people today. Being a living kidney donor saves someone's life today. Being a deceased kidney donor, I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I'll just say it potentially saves a person's life at some point in the future. If one passes away in a manner that permits the harvesting of the kidney to give to a patient, then that's successful. Otherwise, the person does not become a deceased kidney donor. So as we say, why wait till you're dead to save a life? You can save a life right now by being a living kidney donor. Let me turn the floor over to Esther Dick to talk about the activities that we do. And then after she speaks, I will pick up again just to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Esther Dick, and I am one example of someone who, because of Renewal, became aware of and learned about kidney donation and was inspired to be a kidney donor myself. Donating a kidney has been one of the more meaningful highlights of my life. I now work for Renewal as an assistant to John Anhang. I find it very gratifying to be involved in such a worthwhile endeavor. In the next few minutes, I'll discuss exactly what it is that Renewal does. As John has mentioned just before, in a nutshell, we do number one, we educate and raise awareness regarding living kidney donation. Number two, we help the kidney patients find living donors and support them during the process. Number three, we support and assist the kidney donors from the time they show interest in becoming a donor through the testing phase, surgery, recovery, and beyond. I would like to now elaborate on each of those three functions. Regarding awareness and education, Renewal employs several methods to raise awareness about live kidney donation. What we find most effective is hosting renewal events in synagogues across the GTA. Events are engaging and informative. Typically, a donor will be invited to give a speech about his or her own personal experience, and then someone at Renewal will speak and then answer questions from the audience. Recipients and donors in attendance usually participate in the conversation. Educational and inspirational literature is available, as are refreshments, of course. For many Renewal donors, this is the first step in their journey towards becoming a donor. Renewal also publicizes the idea of live kidney donation to the Jewish community in the GTA via advertisements in Jewish publications and by giving interviews to Jewish media. But the best advertisement for the cause is the kidney donor himself. There is no better advocate than a passionate donor. They are encouraged to share their stories privately and publicly. I remember when, after donating my kidney, I was given a Renewal bumper sticker, and I'll show you one of it. And it says, "You're following a live kidney donor." At first, I didn't bother putting it on my car, but after hearing about the importance of sharing our donor experiences, I decided to put that sticker on. I've since had a few occasions where that sticker elicited a thumbs up or conversations with total strangers who saw it. We actually once had someone whose son needed a kidney and came to Renewal for help. She said that while driving, she noticed that bumper sticker on the car in front of her and then promptly Googled Renewal as soon as she got home. Renewal's second mission is to support and assist the kidney patient. The most challenging aspect in this work is by far finding a suitable kidney match for him or her. The first step is meeting with the patient and their family and reassuring them that we are there for them until they're successful in finding a kidney. You cannot imagine the relief they feel when they know that they are not alone. It is actually surprising how many patients have not been proactive in the search for a donor. So our first goal is guiding them in the process of reaching out to family and friends via email campaigns and social media, such as Facebook. We ask that a relative or friend do it on their behalf. This is because patients have enough to worry about without the task of also searching for a donor. Also, it's terribly uncomfortable for somebody to have to beg for a kidney for themselves. Renewal employs a graphic designer who can help create a customized flyer that the patient can post to their profiles. We also act as an intermediary between the donor and patient. This way, people who are interested in exploring the possibility of becoming a donor can remain anonymous until they are fully committed. We also help organize events at the synagogue that the patient attends. We've had a wide range of success with them. Some have resulted in several people coming forth to be donors. and some have resulted in no one coming forth, although one never knows if a seed has been planted in someone's brain that would take years to bear fruit. On one occasion, we had an event that seemed like a dud. The weather was terrible and very few people showed up. But a neighbor of the patient came to that event. Until that evening, he was unaware that his neighbor even needed a kidney. And lo and behold, he ended up becoming his donor. Sometimes we have the patient feature their story in their synagogue newsletter. A few years ago, a woman was reading her synagogue newsletter and came across the story of a synagogue member who needed a kidney. Although she had long moved away and lost touch with her fellow members, she was touched by the article and decided to donate her kidney to this former acquaintance. Needless to say, they are good friends today. When none of these avenues produce any viable results, Renewal also has its own database of potential altruistic donors. When the patient is particularly difficult to match due to a high antibody count, we will broaden our search to New York's Renewal database. They have found matches for patients considered almost impossible to match, with PRA levels over 99%. Renewal's third mission is to support and assist the kidney donor. Some already have a designated recipient, be it a relative or friend. Some do not and are ready to donate to a stranger. Some people come to us already having made up their mind to donate, and some are still exploring that possibility. We set up a meeting with them and their family members to discuss the entire procedure and impart factual information from reliable sources. We never pressure, persuade, or convince anyone to make this big decision. We want to make sure that the donor is entirely confident with their decision. We encourage them to speak to their doctor and to family members who will be impacted by this decision. The last thing we want is for someone to impulsively jump in, doing something that they are unwilling to carry through to the finish line. We then administer a cheek swab, which gets sent to Renewal's lab in New York in order to get their blood type and HLA profile. This information is fed into the Renewal database along with other pertinent data. This is used to determine which patients would be a compatible match, as we also have entered the HLA information of each potential recipient. This is also helpful for when a patient has multiple donor candidates. The database has a program that can determine who is the best HLA match and if there is an issue of antibody rejection. This avoids precious time being lost having a donor test for a couple of months only to find out at the end that he or she is not a match. Once the donor begins testing, we continue to hold their hand during the entire process. This includes answering any questions they or their family members might come up with, pairing them up with former donors, helping them navigate the testing, driving them to the hospital before surgery, and staying with the family while the surgery is being done. Even long after the transplant, we still stay connected. Renewal has a WhatsApp group for our donors. We host donor appreciation events and dinners to acknowledge and celebrate the people who have selflessly given the gift of life. I will now turn the presentation over back to John Anhang.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Renewal Toronto would like nothing more than for similar organizations to exist in other faith communities in the GTA. And as I'll elaborate in a minute, we're willing to help with that. However, before people run off and start setting up their own organizations, I want to just enumerate 7 key success factors that we have at Renewal. So in order for your community, and when I define community, it might be a faith community, it might be a racially based community, an ethnic community, a social community of some sort. So really, I think this model may work for other types of communities as well as faith-based communities. But we believe that you would need 7 things in order to be successful. First one is that your community has to be composed of people who truly care about each other, and people who feel a sense of responsibility for each other. some who would even become an altruistic or a non-altruistic living kidney donor for someone in the community. That's really important. For example, if you had a community of, I don't know, chess players who got together once every 3 months to play chess, those people probably are not high potential living kidney donors for each other. The second success factor, and we heard a lot about this from previous speakers, is that the leaders of the community have to be solidly in support of living kidney donation and in support of the organization in particular. And the leaders have to be willing and ready to stand up and say so consistently over time and in many situations, whether it's speeches, websites, interviews, written articles, and so on. Community leadership must be in support of what is being done. The third one, not surprisingly, success factor is money. No organization succeeds without funding. Fortunately, it doesn't take a lot of money to run an organization like Renewal. Depends what you call a lot, but $50,000 a year can do the trick. So we're not talking about millions or even hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The fourth key success factor is to have very committed people who work for the organization, who are personally committed to the cause, who it's not just a job for them. They're personally committed and they're willing to be available for patients and for potential donors whenever required, whether it's weekends or evenings. And people are not easily discouraged. This is not an easy road to travel, and you need to have the right people working for your organization. The fifth key success factor is the people in the organization have to be experts about the subject, okay? Because potential donors and patients will look to them to be experts. Experts in things such as who qualifies to be a living kidney donor? What's the process of being a donor from A to Z? What are the risks of being a donor? What are the time commitments and the financial costs of being a donor? What financial assistance is available from various sources to donors? And then they'll have personal questions of their own. So Renewal and other organizations like it have to be prepared to answer those questions or to direct the person to a place where they can get answers. The sixth key success factor that we consider is to have previous living kidney donors, preferably altruistic ones, but certainly living kidney donors from your community who had positive experiences and who are willing to talk about their experiences, both privately and sometimes in public. And Esther mentioned this as well. It lends a lot of credibility to the organization and to the whole notion if people from within the community stand up and talk about their experience. Then it becomes not something that's theoretical or abstract for potential donors. It's something that, hey, if they can do it, why can't I do it? And the last key success factor is to really have long-term thinking and patience. It takes a long time to get this going. You might only facilitate 1 or 2 transplants per year in the early years. There will be obstacles, difficulties, setbacks, disappointments, failures, and some people on the waiting list do pass away before they get a kidney. So people have to have patience and they have to not get discouraged. I would say that an organization setting this up has to commit to the process for at least 2 to 3 years to start seeing real success, and maybe even 3 to 5 years to build a track record, because it takes momentum in terms of awareness and education building in the community, in terms of building a reputation, in terms of building word of mouth amongst donors, as Esther referred to. There are a lot of things that become better with time. And this is not something which will bear results in 6 months or 12 months or 18 months. One has to be prepared to be in it for the long haul. So those are the 7 factors. I don't want to discourage any organization from trying to set something up. The purpose of my mentioning these key success factors is really to say, think about what you're doing before you do it, and then structure your approach to be successful. I would like to end my presentation, our presentation, by talking about 3 objectives that we have for the future at Renewal. One is to recover quickly from the COVID-19 suspension of living kidney transplants at hospitals in the GTA. For the obvious needs that hospitals had to deal with and still have to deal with COVID-19, the testing of kidney donors and I think to some extent for kidney patients as well, was suspended. This has set things back tremendously for patients who need kidneys and for donors who are eager to donate a kidney. And we're finally seeing, I'd say in the last few weeks, the last month or so, a resumption of testing. And that's wonderful news. We have to work off the backlog and get these people their kidneys. Our second plan, or at least aspiration for the future, is to figure out how we can work more cooperatively with the hospitals in the GTA who do kidney transplants for the mutual benefit of the patients, the recipients, and of donors. There's a lot of wonderful work done at the hospitals, but as in most areas of human endeavor, there is always room for improvement. And the third thing is that we want to be available to assist other organizations, other community organizations, whether religious, ethnic, racial, social, whatever it is, in the GTA who might want to establish organizations like Renewal Toronto. With just two people involved, myself and Esther, we don't have a lot of resources, but we are willing to donate some time to organizations, to communities who want to try to replicate what we've been fortunate in being able to succeed over the last 10 or 11 years here in the GTA. Thank you for listening.
Thank you both for sharing your model and your practical experiential learnings. A reminder to our audience that questions can be submitted on slido.com using event code AM4. Now we're going to hear from Claudia Morgan, who will highlight her experience as a kidney recipient and a member of a Christian faith community. Claudia,
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay, excellent. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. And as was said before, my name is Claudia Morgan, and I am a kidney transplant recipient of 2 years. To help everyone understand how I came to be on end-stage renal failure, I should give you a little bit about my background so that you'll understand. From an early age, I knew that I had kidney problems. I came from a family of polycystic kidney disease. And for those of you who may not know what that is, it's basically a genetic disorder in which your kidneys become enlarged with fluid-filled cysts. And eventually the cysts become so large that your kidney can no longer function to its full capacity. I started seeing a nephrologist in my early 20s and continued to see my nephrologist for 15 years until the time came when she gave me the diagnosis that I had between 6 months and a year before I would need to go on dialysis. Armed with that information, I decided that I would take one last vacation before it became too difficult to do so. And I expressed to the nephrology team that I wanted to go to Paris, France. And before I did that, I did my usual blood and urine tests, and off I went. When I returned to Toronto, I discovered that I had 13 missed calls from Sunnybrook Hospital. When I listened to my messages, the messages explained that I needed to call the hospital immediately. And I came to find out that while I was on vacation, my kidney function had dropped below 10%. I was immediately prepped for process of getting a fistula. Unfortunately, none of my 2 fistula surgeries or my graft took, as my veins were too small. I was then fitted for a port, and I decided to share my journey with my church family. And when I did that, I was immediately approached by Pastor Joel about making a video to share my experience. I found the video to be actually quite freeing, as I fully expected to spend the rest of my remaining years on dialysis. Little did I know that nearly a year later, I would be approached by my nephrologist about the idea of doing a kidney transplant, and in particular, living transplant donation. The idea had never occurred to me. How would one go about getting a kidney? How do you even open the subject about this? Well, I mentioned this conversation with my mom, and immediately she volunteered to get tested. And so the process began. Weeks later, we discovered that through the testing process that my mom had diabetes and she didn't even know it. Along with two other individuals who stepped forward to be tested, none of them were a match. At that point, I felt like I had no other options. I didn't feel like I could ask for such a sacrificial gift. Frustrated, feeling defeated, I expressed my concerns to my church family. And little did I know that the video that Pastor Joel made would be my social media advocate about life on dialysis and my need for a kidney transplant. Several shares later, my video ends up in the hands of Valerie, who is a Canadian missionary and a former member of our church stationed in Okinawa, Japan. Valerie was so moved by Joel's video that she decided to write a post and a call to action by all our fellow Christians to go forward and get tested. She herself stepped forward to get tested. Well, now my video ends up in the hands of Julia. And Julia is a registered nurse in Toronto and also happens to be Valerie's younger sister. Julia decides to prey on the decision and decides that she would like to step forward and get tested. Unbeknownst to me, Julia starts the extensive process of physical and mental testing. And months later, I receive an email from Julia introducing herself and letting me know that the transplant team has decided to stop testing any further candidates as they believe that she and myself are a viable match. Well, I am happy to say that in May 22nd of 2018, Julia gave me the gift of life, and we both have been thriving ever since. So what does my life look like now? Well, I am back to working full time, and my spare time is used volunteering with the Transplant Ambassador program. This program connects transplant recipients and donors with patients who are currently in kidney care clinics or on dialysis. We don't provide medical information, but we do provide support by sharing our experiences, opening up dialogue with living donorship, and answering those questions that patients are too afraid or embarrassed to ask their medical team. Who better to understand the journey of someone who's on dialysis or going to be on dialysis than someone who's already been there as well? It's probably the most rewarding work that I've done so far, but yet there's still so much more work that needs to be done. That's why I love sessions like this, because we can share our ideas, share our experiences, and help one another. And I'm hoping that my story will do the same. Thank you so much for having me, and I'll pass it on to Pastor Joel.
Thanks. It's good to see that you're doing well.
Thank you.
Pastor Joel, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, everyone. It's been great hearing all these diverse perspectives and expertise and lived experience. Thank you, Claudia, for inviting me into your story and for giving me the opportunity to share my gifts. And it's amazing that a match was found, a viable match was found for you through a video. I'd just like to say hello to Pastor Bruce, who is a senior pastor at our church currently. I'm not on staff as a pastor, but I still serve as an unpaid pastor. We call that an elder at our church, and it's a blessing to be a part of this conversation. Just to give a little bit of a Christian framework for my personal involvement, I can't speak much to broader Christian involvement in some of the others have spoken about, the Christian faith really does hold high the concept of the sanctity of human life. And, we value life and the preservation of life. And so any opportunity to come alongside someone in their journey, their health journey, is a privilege and a blessing. And as well, one of the key motivating factors for us as Christians is a love that we find modeled in the person of Jesus, who we believe to be God. And he really models for us and compels us and motivates us in all we do. And we understand that love to be a sacrificial love that's demonstrated for us through the way that Jesus, out of love, died for us. And so sacrificial love is motivating factor for myself, and it was also a motivating factor for the person who ended up being the match for Claudia. And it continues to motivate us as we interact with each other.
I'm sorry, I think the mic is picking up some background noise instead of the speaker's voice. If everyone could make sure that they're on mute if you're not speaking.
Hopefully that wasn't my mic. So I'm sure that Pastor Bruce will help to fill in some other key points. But for me, being able to come alongside Claudia and tell her story, I didn't really have any expectations of a match being found, but it was really an act of love and spending the time to listen to her and share her story. And it was incredible to see how the advocacy work of just putting a video online and it being shared by others, how that could result in a life-changing match with Claudia. So that's, I believe there is if anyone's interested in watching that video of Claudia, they can contact UHN. I've provided them with the link, or maybe they will, Jed, I'm not sure it's how you'll share that, but you do have the link, so it's available for anyone to see if they'd like to watch it at a later date.
Thank you for offering that. We'll see how we can provide it to our audience.
Okay. And yeah, that's all that I have to share now. I'll pass it over to Pastor Bruce.
Well, a great opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm thankful for what God has done in the situation that we found ourselves in. Myself are experts in this whole thing. Claudia herself is not an expert either. But as Joel said, we're really centering in on the sanctity of human, the sacrifice, and our motivation indeed is love. We want to have the same motivation that motivated Christ, a willingness to give oneself. And for us, it goes beyond intellect. It goes beyond study. It goes beyond theory. It's very practical, and the mission for us was a very emotional one and a day-to-day one. The question came for our faith community, for our church: how do we support this lady and her family, and in the midst of this really wild and difficult situation? And really, I discovered through going through this over that we went through this with Claudia, that there's a number of factors at play, and one is we can never underestimate the value of hope. Hope is so important. Hope does not disappoint. And you can hang on through a lot of stuff if you have this feeling of hope and this realization that you're part of a greater plan. And so I saw this hope at work in Claudia's life, where she was willing to step through whatever was going to face her, simply because she knew that she could trust that ultimately that God was in control, and she could have hope. there was also this perspective, I think, that a faith community can bring, and that we talk about all the time in the Christian community, is that beyond this life we have hope for eternity. And that's part of our hope, is this sense that this life is not all there is. And so it was a great opportunity to walk with Claudia through that. And she was a great example to others through that. And she herself was such an encouragement to so many other people as she was walking through her own difficult situation. But this perspective that, that I can keep putting one foot in front of the other, because this life isn't all there is. In our church as well, I saw this beautifully at play, the beauty of the extended family, which you get in a faith community. This extended family, Joel and Claudia have known each other for decades. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think they basically grew up together in this congregation. They're like brother and sister. And so to see that kind of extended family walking through things with each other together was a beautiful thing. And it was just wonderful to see how that worked out. And the extended family has grown even more now, because essentially Julia has become Claudia's sister as well, and the two of them sort of think of themselves as sisters, because they share a lot more than a lot of relationships do, and so they are sisters themselves. So this extended family is just a beautiful thing to work together. And I think probably one of the other areas that was a significantly wonderful area is the importance of prayer in the midst of all of this. And I've noticed that one of the questions has to do with the importance of prayer in this whole process. And our church can definitely say that that we had dozens of people motivated to pray on a regular basis for Claudia, and also for Julia, as we became aware that Julia was going to be the donor. But prayer does change things. Not that we can manipulate God, because I say all the time to our congregation that God is not a cosmic vending machine, where if we put the right little coins in the vending machine, he will spit out exactly what we want. He doesn't work that way. We cannot manipulate God, but prayer helps to align ourselves with the will and the purposes of God. Though he's not a cosmic vending machine, he loves us, and he is gracious, and he is perfect, and he wants to respond to the trusting prayers of his people. And we saw that, and I just want to say we give him all the glory and all the thanks, because in this case, as we brought Claudia's prayers before him, he answered. And you see this shining example before you today of somebody whose life has been given a second chance. And along the way, as we bring our prayers to God, ultimately we have to submit to his will being done. And that was the base of our prayers all the time. Lord, this is what we would like to see. This is what we ask you for, but ultimately we are willing to submit to your will and to what you want, because we do believe that you are working for your honor and glory and for the good of your people, and so we trust you. So anyway, it's a wonderful story, and I was just so privileged to be able to have a tiny itty bitty part of it by visiting Claudia and by praying for the family and encouraging the congregation to do so. But we can just rejoice as we see the end result and what's come out the other side. So like I say, we're not experts in any way, shape, or form, but we simply just say thank you, God. I'll leave it at that.
I think that whether one is a person of faith or not, working in this field, you gain an appreciation for the preciousness of life, but also for what we can do as people and communities. Since we're running a little ahead of schedule, I'm hoping that the people in control of our technology can run the video elaborating on Claudia's story.
I'm a designer, and I'm a florist and a manager.
I need to do dialysis because my kidney function has diminished and it's no longer functioning the way it should be. So the condition that I have is called polycystic kidney disease, and it's a genetic disease. So I inherited from my paternal side of my family. Kidney disease does wear on the body. It makes you extremely tired to the point where, you know, at end stage renal failure, you constantly are tired, you need to sleep. You really have to fight with yourself not to get depressed, to try and maintain some normalcy, because if not, your whole life could be involved in just thinking you're sick and not wanting to participate in life, and there's so much going on in the world.
A year ago, one of my greatest needs was to find a kidney donor. My kidney function was down to 7%, and I was on the verge of starting dialysis. I started dialysis last April, so it's officially been 1 year that I've been on dialysis. The dialysis machine does the job that my kidneys can no longer do. I have to go for dialysis treatments where I'm connected to this machine 3 times a week, and each time I'm connected for 4 hours. So it's 12 hours a week. You created a video for me, and once you did that video, I posted it on my Facebook page in the hopes that someone would watch it and maybe feel compelled to want to get tested. A dear friend of mine saw the video that I posted and wanted to share it on her Facebook page. And in doing so, wanted to have a call to action from her friends and her family to get tested to be a possible donor. So my friend was Valerie Limmer, and she's actually a dear friend of mine. We've gone to Willowdale Baptist Church for many years together, and Valerie is now a missionary all the way in Japan. When Valerie posted the video, several people were moved by her call to action. One of those people being her own sister, Julia. So Julia sent me a message through Facebook inquiring what did this getting tested entail, and we communicated basically through Valerie. I didn't think anything of it until probably several months later when Julia told me that she did her blood type and her blood type was the same as mine. So at that point, the ball started to get rolling. And even then, it's not 100% certain that everything else will be a match because it's a very lengthy procedure to get tested. So during the course of probably another 6 or 7 months, Julia slowly started doing her testing through medical and everything else. And then she told me that she was finally approved to be a donor for me. When I heard that Valerie Limmer's sister Julia was a match to me, I was overwhelmed. It's a miracle. That's nothing more than God's hand in this one. So this is literally like a 1 in a million opportunity that's been given to me. Knowing that somebody is willing to make that sort of sacrifice to you makes you feel truly blessed, because that's not an easy thing to give. There are people out there who have difficulty giving money or giving of their time, yet someone to give of an organ, that's There's no words to thank someone for that. Well, they can be praying for me in several ways. They can be praying that God will guide the surgeon's hands when they go for the surgery. Also pray that both Julie and I stay healthy as we go in for surgery, because we still have several more weeks to go. And also pray that God will provide the funding that will help cover some of the expenditures that come along with doing a transplant. When someone gives them this of themselves so selflessly, there's a lifelong bond that can never be broken. So I don't want to get emotional. I can't thank her enough. This is such a selfless sacrifice, and I'm truly appreciative for everything that she's done for me. And she's done it so willingly and always with a smile.
That it was very moving as well as informational. I am now going to hand the mic over to Courtney Mort from the Center for Living Donation, who I believe will be facilitating the Slido questions.
Thanks, Jed. So our first question here is to Renewal. Many individuals are concerned about sharing health information with others or with larger communities. How frequently do you encounter that? How do you help such people? Esther, are you able to take this question?
Sure. Well, first of all, we're not really involved that much in the itty-bitty details of their health information. When we have a donor come forth, they just have to fill out a form and just ask a few questions about their health, but that's just to screen them whether or not they'd be eligible to be a donor. Simple questions like, do you have diabetes or high blood pressure, etc. And obviously all this information is held to the utmost confidentiality. As far as the patient, the kidney patient, also, we're not involved with all their medical details. It's really, we're not really part of that process. And any information we have also there with the patient is in total confidentiality.
All right, anything to add on to that? Okay, we can move on to the next question then. Are there organizations for Renewal, like Renewal, for other faith communities?
I'm not exactly sure, but I believe in New York City, the Renewal organization there is working with other communities.
Right, and can anyone on the panel speak to maybe anything similar to Renewal that they know of, just to help the audience?
Well, some of the aspects of what we do is already being done by UHN. For example, they have the ambassador program. But I'm not each community does a lot. We've heard from leaders this morning from other communities, and they're obviously doing a lot of what we're doing.
Okay, thanks. So let's open this question up to anyone. Please chime in if you have anything to say. We hear a lot about the power of prayer. Did this play a role in your transplant journey? And if so, how? Claudia, I feel like this one's probably a good place for you to chime in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. So, absolutely, the power of prayer did play a role in my journey for two simple reasons. One, I grew up in a family where if people know my mom, they say my mom is a prayer warrior. My mom prays without ceasing. And so, without a doubt, there was no question that we couldn't have taken this journey without prayer and without the role of my church family as part of that. I think, as touching a little bit on what Pastor Bruce said, um, part of hope is knowing that by praying and praying without ceasing, that something will come of it. We don't know what, we don't know how, but something will come of it. And that's what keeps you going in some of the darkest hours. So, I mean, that's sort of what I can say on that one.
Does anyone else want to add in anything? Obviously not maybe for your specific journey, but just kind of how you would advise people to kind of use prayer when they're in a difficult situation. All right. So next question here, again for Renewal. When you talk about your waiting list, how do you determine who is on your list and the order of the list? How do you make sure it's fair to everyone who is hoping to receive a transplant?
It looks like we have a couple of questions about the renewal model. So John and Esther, if you would be so kind, let's try to go through them one by one.
Sure, maybe I'll handle this one. So how we determine who's on our list is basically patients who contact us and who ask for help in finding a donor. Once they fill out a basic form with basic demographic information, so we know who they are, and some very basic health information, such as are they on dialysis, how long have they been on dialysis, if they're not yet on dialysis, what are their creatinine numbers and other numbers. It's just some basic information to understand where they are in the process of kidney disease. They're put on our list. We have several different lists, if you will. There are people who have already been approved, tested and approved by the hospital for a transplant. And those are people who we're certainly looking for a donor for, and we help. There are people who are currently being tested by the hospital. There are people who are not sick enough yet to be tested by the hospital. There are people on dialysis, not on dialysis. We actually have several sub-lists, if you will. How we determine the order of the list and how we're fair. So there are really two components to that. One is that it's when we get first of all, many people on our list are looking for donors on their own with our assistance. And clearly, if they find a donor on their own, then their donor will take care of them, so that they're taken care off the list in that method. But generally, with two principles. One is chronological, and in religious context, I will say that the principles for priority on our list have been determined in conjunction with rabbis in this area. And it's something that both Renewal Toronto and Renewal New York follow. So in cases of any questions or doubts, we do consult with religious authorities. But generally speaking, there are two criteria. One is it's chronological. The person who came on the list earlier gets the kidney earlier. The other one is medical compatibility, how good a match is someone, and that's based on blood type and on HLA. I hope that answers the question. So we try to make it as fair to everyone as possible.
Great, thank you. This next one here is kind of related to the question that was already asked, but it has a bit of maybe we can answer that question in a bit more detail, and it has a little bit at the end that's slightly different. So again, for Renewal, please discuss the voluntary nature of potential donors sharing their health data in your database. Also, please mention how your information will be balanced with the medical decision process.
So as Esther mentioned a few minutes ago, we actually collect very little health data. We don't need it, and frankly, we don't want it. We don't want to have more confidential information than is absolutely necessary. And in terms of how it will be managed in the medical decision process, in terms of the decision process of the hospital and the patient's own medical professionals, we are not involved in that. So there is no interaction between us and the patients or the donors, medical, doctors and so on, the medical system. So any information that's given to us is very limited in scope, as I said, and is used solely for the purpose of making tentative matches, and then it's really turned over to the healthcare system to take it from there.
Great. Yeah. Claudia, how did you convince yourself to keep participating in life when you were sick?
Well, that's a good question. One of the things that I often say to people is I didn't realize how sick I was until I started to feel better. And I touch on that simply because at the time, kidney illness was just a regular part of my life. So I knew nothing different. I knew that I had to basically go to work as much as I could. I knew that I wanted to keep some level of normalcy in my life. So it was more of just survival mode. I still had a life that I wanted to lead, and I did everything that I could possibly do, whether it was work, go to church, visit with friends, to keep my life as normal as possible, even in the midst of dialysis.
Thank you. Okay, next question. This is for everyone. I do not belong to a particular church, temple, etc. Are there still ways that I can use faith communities to help me find a live donor? Does anyone want to chime in for this question? Don't all jump at once.
Well, let me reframe it a bit. Have you ever run into any challenges defining who is a part of your church family or your faith community? Or do these things just kind of sort themselves out organically? There's a great need out there for both kidneys and liver, and I'm wondering how you choose where to focus.
Maybe for Renewal, I'll try to answer the question. So we have had people who are not members of the Jewish community in Toronto approach us for assistance, and we have helped them, and at least one or two of them have gotten kidneys with our assistance. We don't discriminate against anyone on the basis of their faith. However, we don't have the resources to work with the whole city of Toronto, the whole GTA. I was asked several years ago to give a television interview, and I declined it because I said that if too many people find out about Renewal, we will simply be overwhelmed. Our hands are really full dealing with people who know about us within the Jewish community. If someone approaches us from another faith community, we'll certainly try to help them. But we have very limited resources.
Anyone else? All right. Is there consensus within different faiths as to whether transplant is permissible? If not, what are the arguments against transplant? If allowed, can we use religious institutions to raise awareness in their respective communities about transplant giving low donations?
Perhaps I'll chime in for a second on that one, and then I
Sure.
can let the religious scholars sort of speak about that. So one thing I'll say is that, and oftentimes this gets conflated, but that we should think about the act of donation as separate from the act of transplantation. As ethicists said, two different moral actions, right? Donating is an individual donating an organ with the hopes of a possible benefit for someone else, while transplantation, in this case, is the recipient, right? Who is facing bad choice of either I die potentially, if it's a life-saving treatment, or I have a very diminished sort of living, quality of living, or diminished flourishing, if I don't have a transplant. And so there are two different moral actors, two different moral contexts. And while oftentimes when religious scholars kind of deliver information, and this happens in the Muslim community as well, we link them together because they're linked, because you can't necessarily have transplantation at this time without donation, but they're two different moral agents and two different moral contexts. With that said, so let me speak on the transplantation part, right? So just take for a second as an ethicist, or as a clinician, as someone who's religiously literate, my choices are that I could either have as you just heard the story, I could be on dialysis, and have a diminished quality of living and perhaps not be able to provide for my family or be with my family the way I like, and have increased risks of various sort of complications from dialysis long term. Or I could pursue getting a living donor from my kith and kin. There would be some potential challenges to that, matching and whatnot, but I could do either of those two options. Which option would I opt for? So religious scholars might say, well, either is permissible, speaking of most of the context, right? But it depends on the context that you want to pursue. Now, for some people, clinically, we know that transplantation is not going to afford them increased life expectancy, probably, as opposed to dialysis. And then it's an equal act, right? But for a child, if you imagine a child who's 15 or 12, and they have the same disease that you heard about, polycystic kidney disease, and they need transplantation, there is an afforded, we believe, although God's in control, a longer longevity of life with a transplant potentially than with a dialysis. So why I say that is that then the scholar might say, well, perhaps you should choose that as the first option as opposed to second. Now, the third option would be, I'm not going to die either. I'm just going to allow myself to die because that's the body God gave me. And the scholar might say, well, perhaps that is some interpretation that one should be cautious about. Now, I don't want to speak out of religious turn, but you could see how there would be different contexts even in the transplantation idea, right? Depending on who the individual is. So I'm sharing that because I want people to bring much more nuance than just say, is there consensus even within a faith tradition? Because each context brings about a different choice. Depending on the choice, there are different views on how we can think about transplantation's permissibility or impermissibility. And I'll give you an example as impermissible, or someone had mentioned as impermissible. The only way to get an organ would be to have someone die. Like, so for example, prisoners in China. Would you say, yeah, it's fine to get a transplantation, but that's the prominent source of transplants, that we cure organs? In this case, I would use the more bad condition, harvest organs from people who have limited agency to give freely. That's the only organ source. Would you then say that transplantation of that organ into your body is permissible? And some would say that it's not religiously. So you see it becomes much more nuanced. Anyway, I hope I've clarified that. The last piece I'll just mention very, very briefly here. As a part, I would also want to caution against the idea of co-opting faith. So the question was, can we use religion just to raise awareness about transplant? I think that's a laudable goal. And that's part of the project that I did, to raise awareness, to raise knowledge, to increase knowledge. But the idea of, okay, well, it's religiously more, I would like to see religious communities on a spectrum. A person who's religious can say, I can see myself in various sort of contexts, and there might be plurality within the faith, rather to just say, okay, well, religion tells you should do this. And there are sometimes people say, the higher goal is to always donate your organs, to be altruistic, to have agape, all these sorts of things. There is almost no faith that I know of that says there's a singular position. So I'd rather keep people within the fold and say there are many ways to think about this. You have to discern for yourself what is right for you. And the ultimate day of judgment, if you believe in that, you're going to be the one responsible, as opposed to have a singular univocal approach to this, because no text that I know of and no human interpretation can be just univocal, particularly in areas such as this that has so much nuance. So sorry I gave an academic spin to that, but I want you to feel there's much more nuance than these singular tropes that we bring out often.
Can I chime in on this also, Pandit Sharma?
Oh, I'm sorry, go on.
Definitely we should use whatever powers we have to engage the religious community. And I agree with the previous speaker that there's no one doctrine that says this is the way it will be. And there will never, ever be one doctrine in any religious group or even across the board. But definitely we need to educate the religious community. And the reason we need to educate the religious community and capitalize on them, they are definitely already a group that gathers. They have an open audience that can always be communicated with. You see these people every week, you can relate to them, you know them, you can talk to them. So it's a very, very, I would say, a captured audience that we have. And as religious leaders, we can take the liberty to present the situation to them in a very, very simplistic way, not from a clinical point of view, but from a humanistic point of view. And I think we need to capitalize on this as much as we can, and not let it become something that, okay, religion A is doing it and religion B is not doing it, and why shouldn't C do it? But let it be a human thing that we all need to do. And definitely we should do this. Thank you.
There are a lot of basically secular institutions in North America, both governmental and non-governmental, that are interested in promoting both awareness of organ donation and promoting organ donation as a public good. Beyond what you've already said, do any of you have any thoughts on how these organizations might partner with faith communities in a way that is not seen as manipulative of the faith? I know, Dr. Padella, you shared a brochure, but I'm wondering if any of you have any other thoughts on what are appropriate ways, if any, of referencing religion or faith communities when interacting with those for whom that's an important part of their life.
That will have to be whereby consultation and some formal consensus to come back that, let's say, I'm representing the Hindu Federation right now, and that is a body that attempts to represent the Hindu community across Canada. Now, it doesn't mean that we are the only body that makes that claim, but having such a declaration from such body saying that this group has given consensus that from all religious concept, we see nothing wrong with this, would be a great testament to, okay, that you have some kind of a support from the Hindu community on this initiative. So I would say, yes, we need to do that. We need to work with the faith groups at maybe at a higher level rather than the individual on the street level, because all faith groups have quote unquote a corporate structure. And I will sit here and say something, but when I get back to the board, I might have a different opinion given to me. So we need to make sure we are dealing with those bodies, and that all of us can leave here and report back to that body, because one member of a community church on the corner in Mississauga says, yep, we support that. And the board says, like, no way we do. And here we are back to square one. So we should convene a gathering of those powers to be and get their consensus at that level, like Canadian Council of Catholic Bishops, the Council of Imams, the Hindu Federation. At that level, this meeting should be at. And then you will have a different perspective. And also you will have the opportunity to influence leaders of community across the GTA, because those organizations at those levels represent a wider scope of people. So I would say what we are doing today is a great initiative, but we need to move up the ladder a couple of steps to get to the right people that we need, the decision makers and the people who are going to movers and shakers to make things happen. Thank you.
Thanks for fleshing that out a bit. I appreciate that different faith traditions may be organized a bit more or less hierarchically. Do we have any other perspectives on this?
I'd just like to add briefly in support of what was just shared, that part of the organization that I work of, called the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, we're an umbrella Christian group, and we have a representative, staff representative, who sits on an interfaith council, and that interfaith council meets with various other religious leaders, and I do believe that that would be a good platform to bring up this specific issue. So I just suggest any around the table who might be a part of that interfaith council to, or know members who are a part of it, this could be a great topic for future discussion.
So these umbrella organizations are out there, and perhaps even umbrellas around umbrellas. Courtney, do we have any more questions coming in on Slido?
We do, yeah. So this one's obviously pretty simple. Dr. Padella, is there a link to the brochure you shared that we can share on social media?
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I think I shared it with the organizers. But for those that are listening, you can find that brochure if you just go medicineandislam.org. And then under there's a health research arm. And if you just find the organ donation, there's a whole list of resources of the project that I mentioned, which includes the PowerPoints, the talks that we gave, the papers, and as well as the pamphlet that I mentioned. So it's all on that website. But the domain name is medicineandislam.org. And then under Muslim Health Research, you'll find that specific project, which is called IMLD, I am a living donor. And there's all the materials there that you could want.
Perfect, thank you. So next question, what are the most common fears or concerns you hear from members of your faith regarding living donation? Open to anyone who would like to start.
So I mentioned, I'll just say briefly, I'll let the others speak, but as I mentioned that this notion, and particularly with this might be within my specific community, of the conceptual idea of what is living donation and what is deceased in the quote unquote secular space is based on the notion of brain death. I sort of brought that up. And so within the, for example, prominent communities in Michigan, Shiite communities, they don't consider brain death to be death. So even donation after brain death, if it is considered permissible, will be considered a living donation. So the concern from the community is the division. That's the conceptually, what's the division? And each scholar that thinks about, or not each scholar, but there are various camps who the definition hinges obviously on the brain death notion. The other concern that I hear mostly is the idea of risk. So as I mentioned in our project, people like to minimize risk, but there is in this public sphere, people hear about so-and-so died while trying to donate their organ, right? Or such and such transplant center had a bad outcome from a donor, right? Because you're actually assuming as a donor all the risk here. And so they want to hear, well, what is actually, to decide people, what is the actual success rate? You can go online in the United States, for example, and look at each transplant center and what their complication rates are or not. So they actually want to know and not be dismissed by the fact that, oh, it's no more, it's no more whatever risky than a XYZ procedure, because the risk to the specific individual might be 100%, right? And so they want to get much more finer and not be dismissed around when they consider their own personal risks. And the last thing is stigma. And I mentioned this on both ends, that there is, as the Muslim community is much more communitarian, sometimes people feel, and there's books on this, that the family looks at, so-and-so person to donate for so-and-so person, that you should donate for your uncle, they've done so much for you. And so in the United States, you have the system where you go to the transplant center and you have a living donor advocate who goes through not only the medical risks, but what are the considerations you have socially. And they might sometimes say that the person is not eligible to donate to save face for that individual who feels that they're pressured or there's stigma if they were not to donate and they're being precious. But they just say it's they're not screened or they're not eligible, as opposed to, and then the family doesn't know that, okay, that this was a person who was actually feeling coerced. So I think these are concerns people have, and we try to in our workshops bring these out so people feel that at all times they have an ability to opt out. They shouldn't feel coerced, but they should be fully informed of the process and the risks that they may or may not be taking on, because it should be done in a way that they feel confident that they're making the right choice for themselves.
If I may chime in, I think the fears are natural fears. Anytime that we are asked to give of ourselves, we are a natural risk. Oh, what the impact will be on me, and I guess those fears get reduced when we have an emotional connection. Oh, it's my mom, it's my dad, it's my brother, sister. Then my giving nature kicks in. But in a general nature, no, don't touch this body of mine. It's I need to protect it. I need it from me. So I think we need to find methodologies to overcome those fears. And I think the idea of statistics and what is the risk factor, like I'm remembering going bungee jumping. What is the statistics that the rope will break? So no, well, it seems like every 1,000 one time it breaks. That's okay. I mean, people want risk factors. We deal in stats. So we need to get stats that says, okay, here are the risk factors and so on. And once people do this and get this information, then we live in a society where we are driven to make a decision based on statistics. And statistics that must be questionable, but yet can be in a sense certified. Okay, yep, no, it's coming from an authoritative body, not Pandit Sharma in the corner temple says, no, it's okay, give your organ, that's okay, everybody does it. No. So we need to get very, very formal about this. And I think once we get there, education in this methodology is our best answer to getting this to work. And I cannot overemphasize that. Education, education, education. We have a very wise society. Our younger generation are so up on information. They can tell doctors how to treat them these days. They don't need a doctor to tell them. So we need to give them strong information. Doctors are having a tough time deciding what to tell the patient because the patient comes back and says, hey, how about this, doc? And so on. Thank you for this input.
If I may add one other concern that people have in our experience at Renewal is the amount of time that it takes to go through the process. If someone gets excited about being a living donor, they're very interested in donating, and then they ask us, well, how do I do this? And we tell them this is a process that's going to take, probably 4, 5, 6 months from the day that you contact a hospital to the day you're on the operating table is easily 4 to 6 months. Sometimes people lose interest. People have busy lives in today's society, and they might be thinking, 3 months, their daughter's getting married, and 4.5 months, they have vacation planned, and 6 months, it's a religious holiday, and they just say, forget about it. That's too long. We live in a world of, instant gratification. If someone wants to be a living donor, I believe that we should be facilitating that and making it possible that they can do it in some reasonable period of time, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 months. So I think that's a concern, is that people don't feel that they have the time to go through the extended process of being a living donor. It's a very practical concern. It's a very mundane one. And, I could say, it's not nice for someone not to be a donor because they don't want to go through the process and hang in there for 3 to 6 months. But it's their organ, it's their kidney. And if they decide they don't want to be a donor for that reason, then there's nothing that I can do about that other than, hope the situation changes at some point. But that's a very practical concern that some people have regarding living donation. It's not made easy for the donor typically.
I'm reminded, if I may, when AIDS became a reality and blood donation was being promoted, I personally would go and donate blood regularly. But when the screening process started for AIDS, it was the questionnaire was driving me nuts. I mean, the amount of personal information they got into, and I think so many people got turned off. And they said, I'm not going. These questions are just driving me crazy. I mean, I have to get into my personal life so deep. So the process of screening someone has to be in such a way, we must be sensitive to what we are asking people for and what we need to know about them before they give you what you're asking for. I don't know the answer to the question. I just know that in our community, we used to have a blood donation clinic every year, but it died after that. It never happened again. So with good intentions, we scared people away, or we deterred them because the information was too personal, too intimate to deal with when there was a willingness to help also. So as I said, I don't know the answer, but it's certainly an area that we need to consider going forward.
Transplant programs are certainly aware that there's a delicate balance between rigorous assessment of potential donors and being donor friendly in the sense of respecting that people have other things that they want to do in life. So there's actually research and innovation happening in this area right now to try and optimize that balance. I think we have a question on Slido for Pastor Bruce or Pastor Joel or Claudia about subsequent experience in your congregation since Claudia's transplant.
I am not aware of any other individuals who have found donors through our church. I mean, it's not something that we advertise or specialize in. I can understand what Brother Anhang said, we could very quickly be overwhelmed. What we found in our case, and Claudia and Joel can very easily substantiate this, existing relationships led to this success. It was the existing family and extended family relationships in the church that brought this about. So my encouragement is to anybody watching, get involved in a faith community, get involved in your neighborhood church or congregation, and start developing those relationships, because that's what led to this success. But the other thing at play, obviously, was the power of social media, and that was a huge factor in Claudia's case. So in that sense, you don't necessarily, if you have a connection, whatever your connections are, the power of social media can help get your message and your needs across. So that would be very much encouraged as well.
I can just add one follow-up item that I've experienced is that someone actually who isn't a member of our church, but is actually connected to me, a family member through marriage, approached me and asked me if I would make a video for them because they're on dialysis. They just started dialysis. So knowing that this process of digital media advocacy worked with Claudia, obviously coupled with prayer and her faith and God's goodness to her, but they approached me personally and asked me if I could assist them as well. So it has produced some residual impact as well.
If I can chime in for a moment, I think part of the discussion is that in me going through this process, it opened up a dialogue in terms of talking about what is kidney disease, transplantation. I think if had I not been comfortable enough to have that discussion with my church family, people would not even have given it a thought about transplantation. So I think for a lot of people in the community, regardless of what denomination you belong to, it's about feeling comfortable enough to actually go ahead and share your story, because you don't know how your story will touch somebody else's life.
Absolutely. Thanks, Claudia.
Thanks. And it occurs to me that maybe this concern about individual organizations becoming overwhelmed with requests is a kind of growing pain as we build out the infrastructure for social connections and for raising awareness about living donation. We have about 10 minutes left. Courtney, if you want to look through the Slido questions and figure out how many we can answer, that would be great.
For sure. Yeah, I think we have about 6 more questions. I think one of those might just be a link. So let's try to get through these. As representatives of your faith, have non-active members of your community reached out for help looking for a living donor? Is this something your House of Prayer encourages? If so, how do you share the information?
In the past, when situations occur in our community, like people will need a marrow transplant, for instance, and there is a great need and there's something unique, it is brought to our attention, whether they attend the congregation or not, the community does make an effort to outreach. This has happened in the past. When specific conditions comes up, a once in a while situation, yes, our community has been able to get engaged and spread the word and promote and advocate for the need of that individual. And there is no issues doing this. It seems to be something that people are quite happy with. But after that situation occurred and gone, everybody goes back to sleep.
All right. Pastor Joel created a video to help Claudia find a donor. Have any other faith leaders used other methods to help find donors? Social media, community outreach, speaking to the members. We might have touched on this a little bit already, but if anyone has anything they would like to add.
I can add just one quick thing.
Sure.
Along with producing the video, we also dedicated time during a Sunday morning service for Claudia to come to the front and to share her story live. And we then supplemented that with the video, actually several different videos, at least 2 videos we made some were update videos. So it was a combination of, Claudia speaking directly. We sent out emails, and the video obviously was a key piece.
Great, thank you. Claudia, you've been receiving quite a few questions, so let's try to get to some of these. Claudia, can you talk about the impact of faith and community post-transplant?
Well, I can definitely say that I was so blessed to have my church family supporting me throughout my journey. Whether it was through prayer or whether it was through visits, volunteers coming forward to, provide rides to go into dialysis. I definitely, my family and I were so blessed to have that support. There's something about having that support system around you that makes that journey a little bit easier. And so I would definitely encourage those who are in the community, whether it be through your church or just your neighbors. If you know somebody who is going through this journey, definitely ask what you can do to help, because those little gestures mean a whole lot to those people.
Thank you. So it looks like all the remaining questions are for you, Claudia. So this one is just about, I can relate to you not knowing how sick I was until I got better. After your transplant, did you feel feelings of fear, sadness with the thoughts of going back to that place? Did your spiritual beliefs help you through this? And if so, what did you do?
Absolutely. So I can say that the only initial sense of fear I had was in the beginning prior to going into surgery. But after that, I can say that I no longer count the days, I count the quality of life that I have. So I enjoy each moment because each moment is precious. And I can say that truly my faith has helped guide me through this. Whatever the future holds, I'm enjoying every single moment that I have here on earth. And I'm enjoying the time with my family and my friends. So I can say that, yes, I'm not experiencing any fear or sadness. I'm just enjoying life to its fullest.
That's really great to hear. And then the last one, many patients are not comfortable sharing their stories or asking for help. How did you feel when Pastor Joel suggested creating a video?
So of course, there's always a sense of apprehension in sharing one's story. There's that issue of, it's private. I don't know if I want to share, but I think in going through that journey and sharing my story, in a lot of ways, it was very cathartic for me, because I had been holding on to a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear of how are people going to look at me. And the more I shared my story, the more comfortable I became in sharing that. And I realized that how much my story touched the lives of others in ways that I had never even thought of.
Thanks, Claudia.
We covered a lot of ground in the past 2.5 hours. I'd like to express my thanks to our panelists, those who submitted questions, and everyone watching at home. We really appreciate your participation in this ongoing ecumenical discussion. Just a reminder to check out our other sessions for Living Donation Week 2020. You can find the complete schedule of events at www.livingorgandonation.ca. Again, that's www.livingorgandonation.ca. And now I'm going to turn the podium back over to the Center for Living Donation.
Great, thank you to everyone who joined us and everyone who submitted questions and our fantastic panelists today. Finally, I just want to say that we are exceptionally grateful for the generosity of our founding supporters, Astellas Pharma Company and the Kearney and Cahill families. And a big thank you to the Toronto General and Western Hospital Foundation for their continued support. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, my name is Christina Howarn, and I'm a journalist with City TV in Toronto. And last year, I became the recipient of a living donor organ donation. My cousin Christine, quite frankly, saved my life by giving a part of her to save me. I no longer have to spend 10 hours a night, every single night, on a peritoneal dialysis machine, and my quality of life is phenomenal. I feel younger than I have in years, and it's all because of her and the fabulous team at the University Health Network. The surgeons, the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare professionals, and the administrators, every single person that touched my file there had a major role to play in making me not only have a good life, but an actual life. I am so excited to be asked to be one of the judges for this year's Innovation in Living Donation Care Research and Education Dragon's Den style panel. I can't wait to hear what all of the panelists have to offer. Their ideas could quite literally transform the lives of thousands of people all across the country. And I think it's so important to hear what some of these individuals have to say just in order to help create greater awareness. Now you can join me and listen in and be part of this online seminar. It happens on September 18th. And if you want to find out more details about the event, well, just head online.
Hi everyone, this is Christy and I'm here to guide you through a short yoga practice. We're gonna do a little bit of movement and a little bit of relaxing and hopefully incorporate a little bit of meditation in. My biggest thing for you is to just let go of any judgment you have towards yourself. If you have no experience with this practice or if you have years of experience, you're still going to benefit from moving your body and trying to relax the mind a little bit. So we're just here, do what you can, and hopefully you will get some benefit. And maybe if you don't have this as part of your practice, you will start to incorporate this practice into your daily life, because it is very beneficial, especially during this time and this we're under a lot of stress and there's a lot of uncertainty in the world. So this can be a very calming and quieting practice for both our bodies and our minds. So thanks so much for participating in Living Donor Week. I'm happy to be a part of it, and I hope that you all get to take something away and learn something new. So for this practice today, we're going to start on our backs in our Shavasana. So just really nice and relaxed, and we'll start working with the breath a little bit and then start to move. So you're going to come all the way onto your back. And just let your body start to settle. Let your feet fall away from one another, arms by your side, palms facing up or down. It's up to you. Just begin to draw your awareness into your natural breath. You're not trying to change your breath here. We're just noticing the breath. And one thing our mind does not do is shut off. So even when we're sleeping, our brain's working, and it is impossible to not think. So this practice, you're not gonna stop your mind from thinking. You're not gonna stop the thoughts from coming in. But what you can learn to do is just let them come and go, and let them not distract you, and just allow them to come and go as they please without you paying much attention to it. So we'll start that by doing an intro to meditation, and this is how I learned to meditate, and it's just by counting the breath. So in yoga, we breathe in and out through the nose, so we're going to start from the belly and inhale, and in your head I want you to start to count to 5. Good, and exhale, count to 5. And another thing you can do, just keep breathing through this. If you don't want to count, you can put your hand on your belly and focus on feeling your belly rise with the inhale and fall with the exhale. And now let's see if maybe you can start to extend your exhale to 6 or maybe 7 seconds. Good, and we'll start to get some movement into our body, wiggle our fingers and our toes. Begin to circle through the wrists and ankles. Rock your neck from side to side. Good, and we'll start by drawing one knee into your chest, and you can wrap one or both hands around if you wish. And just start to get some stretching in the hips. And you can follow that by your opposite knee. And if you want to rock from side to side. And we're going to make our way up to seated position. So you can crisscross the ankles and just rock and roll yourself up, or just come on up however you see fit. From here, moving into our tabletop pose. So coming onto all fours, You want your shoulders stacked over top of your wrists. Knees stacked underneath your hips. Fingertips spread nice and wide, slight micro bend in the elbows. So here you have a neutral spine. We're gonna move through 4 rounds of our cat-cow. So this is really great for the spine. It both flexes and extends the spine. So we'll start, remember, breathing in through the nose. If you can, inhale, start to tilt your pelvis towards the ceiling. Let your belly drop and lift your head. This is your cow pose. And start each movement from your hips. As you exhale, scoop your tailbone under. Begin to round out through the spine, head down last. Good. Think about moving 1 vertebrae at a time. Inhale, tilt your pelvis towards the ceiling. Let that belly drop. Exhale, tuck your tailbone, round through the spine, 1 vertebrae at a time, head down. This is your cat pose. 2 more. Just go ahead, use your own breath. Come into your cow pose. And move into your cat, nice and slow. Last round, cow. And move into your cat. Good. Bring your heels together, sink down towards your heels. You don't necessarily have to reach your heels. Stretch those arms forward and rest your head, if you wish, on the mat or the floor. This is your child's pose. Soften those shoulders, 3 breaths. Good, coming all the way up. We're gonna move into a little core exercise. So there's a lot of different ways that you can modify this for your body. So this works on core and it works on balance. So stay in your tabletop, and if you wanna sink back and just shake out the wrists, you can, especially if you're not used to bearing any weight on the wrists. Can be a little bit uncomfortable. Okay, so back to our tabletop. So we're starting on the left side. So we're gonna extend the left arm. And if this is where you get today, then be very proud and just be grateful for this. So next step, try to avoid kicking anything behind you. That right leg will come out. So we're balancing our body. We wanna ask the core to do a lot of this work. So you're gonna pull up on the belly, draw your navel towards your spine. This starts to activate the abdominal muscles. 5 breaths here. You can stay here for the 5 breaths, or we can take some movement. So you can inhale, bring your knee and elbow to touch. Exhale, extend. You can move through 4 more breaths, or you can start to pulse that back leg. This will help with the glutes. So 3 more breaths, or you can, if you're just trying to work on your balance and you feel really unstable, put your both hands down, or you can just have 1 arm out. 1 more breath. Inhale. Good. Exhale, come back to your tabletop. We're going to sink down into a child's pose, so you can come into a different variation where you bring your knees apart if you wish. 3 breaths in child's pose. Let those shoulders be nice and soft. Good. Coming back to our tabletop, working on the other side. So this time, right arm comes out, left leg comes out. Good. So again, you can stay here, work on your balance, pull up the belly, draw navel to spine, or inhale, knee, elbow touch. Exhale, extend 4 more breaths, whatever you're doing, if you want to pulse that back leg. Or again, any combination of these activities. So you can stay stable. Again, no shame, no judgment. 2 more breaths. Last one, inhale. And exhale, bring yourself back to your tabletop. Again, we're taking child's pose. Stretching those arms forward, just let yourself melt. If you want to rest on one or left ear or right ear, you are welcome to do that. Good, so we're gonna come back to tabletop. This time we're gonna come all the way down onto our bellies. We'll do a little bit of a back bend. So this is great, especially if you spend a lot of time working at a desk where you kind of tend to be hunched over a lot during the day. This is a really good counter pose for that. So come all the way down. Your arms are bent. You want your thumbs in line with your shoulders. And the key here is to try and soften those glutes. They do have a tendency to sort of tighten up here, but I want you to try and just get them nice and soft. So you're gonna come up to your elbows. You can move your elbows further away from you if you wish, or if you're feeling any sensitivity in your spine. And this is it. We're just gonna look forward for about 20 seconds. Let those shoulders be soft, soften those glutes. And we'll give our back, the backs of our necks, a nice little stretch by just looking down. Soften those glutes. Try to soften the muscles in your face. 3 more breaths here. Good. Come all the way back down. Use your hands, press yourself back up to your tabletop. Just swing your legs out to either side. We'll come onto our backs and make our way down to our backs, all the way down, nice and slow. And working a little bit more with the spine. Nice gentle twist. Knees are both bent, and just drop your knees over to the right hand side. So a gentle twist of the spine. If this feels like too much, then you can bring your knees farther away from you. If you want a little bit more twisting of the spine, you can bring your knees closer to your chest or your elbow. Shoulder wants to lift off, that's totally fine. If you can, bring your gaze over to the left side. And if both of your shoulders are able to come down onto the mat, then just start to soften them here. Your arms can really do anything, be anywhere. If this is too uncomfortable for your neck, by all means, any position that's comfortable for you. We're sitting here for about 3 more breaths. Just gonna let that spine twist, decompress. Again, counting that breath if you find that your thoughts are just flooding back. Bringing to mind one thing today that you can be grateful for. Very good. So coming out of this twist nice and slow. Bring both knees back to center. And we'll just drop them onto the left-hand side this time. Again, if that right shoulder comes off, that's totally fine. If you're able to get your gaze over towards the right shoulder. If not, again, totally fine. Hands can be anywhere comfortable. And then again, just start to come back to the breath through the nose, letting your body start to soften. Allow your tongue to fall from the roof of your mouth, helping those muscles in your jaw to relax. Very slowly starting to come out. Bring both knees back to center. And we're going to finish our practice in butterfly, recline butterfly. So if your hips are really tight, this is really good for them. So you bring the soles of your feet together and just allow your knees to fall away from each other. So if this is too much, you can lift your bum and then place your hands underneath, palms facing down, or you can bring your feet further away from you. So making sort of a diamond shape, this actually will start to target the low back instead of the hips. Whatever is most comfortable for you here. And I want you to place your left hand on your chest and your right hand on your belly, allowing your face to start to soften all the way from the crown of your head as you exhale. Let each muscle throughout your body start to soften. Maybe starting to count your inhales and exhales, restarting that meditation practice that we started the class with. These last few moments are for you. So just give yourself permission to let that body go. Very slowly, very gently, just start to extend both legs, coming into your final posture, your Shavasana. Arms by your side, palms facing up, feet falling away. Last moment here. With gratitude, start to wiggle your fingers and your toes, bringing your awareness back into your body. Circle those wrists and ankles, rock your neck from side to side. Slowly starting to open your eyes again. We'll do one full body stretch. Inhale, reach both arms overhead, stretch your toes forward. Hold this for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then sigh that out. Let your body go. Rolling over onto one side, using your arm as a pillow. And then with that free hand, pressing yourself up to your final seated position. The most comfortable position for you, it doesn't have to be cross-legged. You want your shoulders nice and soft, arms resting comfortably. And just turning your focus inwards with love, with gratitude for yourself. Thanking yourself for practicing. And we'll inhale, reach both arms overhead. Exhaling our hands down to heart center. The goodness, the light, the love inside of me honors the goodness, the light, the love inside of all of you. And namaste. Thank you so much for taking the time out to practicing with me and just being here for this week with all these amazing speakers. I hope that you all have a wonderful day, and love and blessings to you all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to sex-based disparities in liver transplantation and the role of living donation in helping to address those disparities. This session is organized by the Center for Living Organ Donation. My name is Paula Neves, and I am the lead of the center. And I'll be moderating today's discussion. So before I introduce our first speaker, I'll just remind you that you can submit your questions on slido.com, and you can use the event code LU4. So the event code is LU4. Today's session is also being recorded and will be available on the Center for Living Organ Donation's YouTube channel. So I'd now like to introduce our first speaker, who is Dr. Mamata Bhatt, and who many of you may know. Dr. Bhatt is a transplant hepatologist, and she's also a clinician scientist within the multi-organ transplant program at UHN. And she's an assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at the University of Toronto. Dr. Bhatt received the prestigious John Charles Poliani Prize in Physiology and Medicine for her research to ensure long-term health for patients who undergo liver transplants. Her lab focuses on the key complications that compromise long-term survival of liver transplant recipients, including recurrent liver cancer, fatty liver, and metabolic disease. And she is establishing the first translational research program worldwide dedicated to improving these post-transplant outcomes. So we're very, very lucky that she was able to join us here today to present on this topic. And I know this topic is of great interest to our audience. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Mamata Bhatt.
Okay. Thank you so much, Paula, for that kind introduction. It's a pleasure to present to all of you today. Thank you for attending our session. So I'll be, as Paula said, addressing sex-based disparities in liver transplantation and the role of living organ donation, living liver donation. So I have no disclosures relevant to this presentation. So I'll start off by talking about liver transplantation generally and what are the sex-based disparities in liver transplantation, both in terms of prioritization and organ allocation, and how living donor transplantation allows for a path to transplantation overall to all patients on the list. So it certainly decreases mortality on the waiting list for everyone, and how particularly certain subgroups that are disadvantaged by the MELD sodium prioritization system especially benefit, even beyond the benefit that generally living donation is associated with. So how widespread is the need for liver transplantation? So most liver transplants are performed for the indication of cirrhosis. So cirrhosis is insidious. It develops over decades. And it's due to various chronic liver diseases. So I will describe that further in the subsequent slides. Cirrhosis remains the 12th leading cause of death for adults in the US. And there are certain types of liver disease that are increasing in prevalence, including fatty liver disease. And fatty liver disease, in fact, is the most common chronic liver disease in Canada, affecting up to 25% of individuals. Now, whether that becomes clinically significant enough to develop into cirrhosis, so there's only a small fraction of people who will finally develop cirrhosis related to, say, fatty liver disease. Liver transplantation is a life-saving intervention for end-stage liver disease of various causes. And what I should also say is that liver functions are multiple. So there are so many different liver functions. The liver is this wonderful metabolic factory that serves so many different functions that are crucial, essential to life. And they're actually too complex to replicate. So there is unfortunately no dialysis or bridge to liver transplantation, at least for the time being. The indications for liver transplantation. So I'm showing you a graph from our own program. In the last 5 years, you can see that the indications for transplant have been principally hepatitis C, alcoholic liver disease, as well as fatty liver disease. And so alcoholic liver disease and fatty liver disease have been increasing in recent years, and hepatitis C has now these miraculous drugs that are able to cure hepatitis C. So we're seeing a decrease in hepatitis C as an indication for transplant, and an increase in fatty liver disease, particularly, in addition to alcoholic liver disease. You will see that there are other indications, including autoimmune hepatitis, primary biliary cholangitis, as well as primary sclerosing cholangitis, and additionally hepatitis B. So hepatitis B, there's effective antiviral therapy. And then liver cancer or hepatocellular carcinoma is not indicated here, but certainly it has become a very important indication for liver transplantation in the setting of these chronic liver diseases. So what score, there's a certain prioritization score that we have to prioritize patients on the waiting list. So once someone is deemed to be a candidate for transplantation, then they are prioritized on the waiting list with this particular score. So this is called the MELD sodium score, which was actually developed at a time when hepatitis C was the major indication for liver transplantation. And as I said, NAFLD, or non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, as well as alcoholic liver disease, are becoming leading indications. So MELD sodium is based on 4 blood tests: the INR, which is a representation of clotting function, the bilirubin, as well as the creatinine and the sodium. The reason that creatinine and sodium are included in this is that because patients with cirrhosis, as their disease gets worse and worse over time, their kidneys unfortunately don't receive the blood supply that they require. And so patients with cirrhosis will have dilated vasculature or dilated blood vessels, lower blood pressure, such that their kidneys are not seeing as much blood flow. And so the creatinine will go up. And then at the same time, there is this active effort to retain salt and water. And so patients will develop what's called ascites, or fluid in their abdomen, as well as fluid in their legs. And ultimately, with this effort to retain salt and water, there is also this other mechanism that then retains more water than salt, and ultimately the sodium is the one that goes down. So we have these 4 different blood tests that actually reflect the degree of illness that a patient with cirrhosis has. And so organ allocation, which is, say, prioritization, as I said, is based on the MELD sodium, but then organ allocation is dependent on the MELD sodium, the blood group, and the anthropometrics, meaning the donor recipient matching of the donor liver. So the donor liver offer from a potential deceased donor with the recipient, the potential recipient. And so there are also these exception scores that we have. So I'd mentioned hepatocellular carcinoma earlier, which is this unique paradigm in transplantation where we're able to offer a cure for cancer using transplantation. And so liver cancer, patients with liver cancer are given exception points. There are various other exception point indications, and there the effort is really to reflect a patient's survival on the waiting list with these particular exception points. Now, coming back to the MELD sodium system, so the MELD sodium has actually significantly decreased waitlist mortality by prioritizing the sickest patients awaiting liver transplantation. So it's actually been very effective in decreasing overall waitlist mortality, so overall mortality on the waiting list. However, we have noticed in recent years that there are certain patient demographics that are not as well served by the MELD sodium. And so women are one group, primary sclerosing cholangitis. So because the bilirubin is underweighted in the MELD sodium score. Additionally, there's been data, say in recent years, that frailty and sarcopenia, meaning decreased muscle mass, are actually associated with increased mortality or increased death on the waiting list, but these are not reflected in the prioritization. So these are various subgroups of patients who are not as well served, and their degree of illness is not as well reflected by the MELD sodium. If we look at the Canadian context, so this is a progress report from the Canadian National Transplant Research Program. It's now known as the Canadian Donation and Transplant Research Program. We see that in Canada, there's been an increase in the deceased donation rate. So this has increased from 14.1 to 18.2 donors per million population. 4 provinces have led the way, so BC, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. The number of deceased donors has actually increased by 42%. But nonetheless, and then the transplantation rate has increased from 63 to 71 transplants per million population. If we look at the actual number of transplants, this has increased by 23%. And so nonetheless, I'm going to move on to the next slide here. Nonetheless, in Ontario as a jurisdiction, and this may vary from one province to the other, so I should mention that. It's a question of supply demand. So supply is unfortunately insufficient to meet the increasing demand for organs. So we have in Ontario this mortality and dropout rate of around 25%. And if we look at the waiting list in Ontario as of August 2020, there are 316 patients awaiting liver transplantation. If we look at the liver transplants, we have, say in UHN, we have managed to perform a very large number of transplants. So we've transplanted 218 adults from April 2019 to March 2020. Additionally, 31 pediatric recipients at the Hospital for Sick Children, and then 49 at London Health Sciences Centre. So this is in the province of Ontario. There have been a large number of liver transplants, but nonetheless, as I say, the supply remains insufficient to meet the increasing demand. And so if we look at sex-based disparities in transplantation, if we look at the indications for transplant, these do vary by sex. So in males, we see that certain conditions are more common than in females. So if we look at certain, the more common etiologies, so I'm focusing on those, if we look at fatty liver disease, hepatitis C, and hepatitis B, these are similar in males and females. Autoimmune hepatitis and primary biliary cholangitis are more common in women, whereas PSC, alcoholic liver disease, and liver cancer are more common in men. Overall, there are certainly fewer women on the waiting list than there are men, and this is really because liver disease overall has tended to affect more men than women. There are nonetheless, even though there's a smaller proportion of women on the waiting list, there are disparities that exist in terms of waitlist outcomes. So we know this is a paper published 2 years ago, and it does show that women are 10% more likely to get delisted, meaning that, say, they were on the waiting list, but then they become, say, they became too sick for transplant, then they would be removed off of the waiting list. They tend to be more frail, and there's a progressive decline on the list while waiting. So if you think about it, say someone is listed on this particular day, and then in a few months from now develops an infection, which then results in deterioration and in their overall physical condition, and it results in stress on their liver, as well as their overall, their whole system, then there can be significant deterioration in their health and significant deterioration in their liver function, such that they become too sick for a transplant, or they pass away, unfortunately, on the waiting list. So this is as they wait for that deceased donor organ offer to become available. If we look at waitlist mortality for women versus men, there is a very recent paper published in July 2020 that shows, and this is from the US, so this is not Canadian data, this is from the US, from the Scientific Registry of Transplant Recipients. It shows that so that women are 14.4% less likely to receive a transplant compared with men, having accounted for their geographic location, their anthropometric measurements, as well as their MELD score. And so they also found that geographic location was strongly associated with increased disparities in waitlist mortality. So it may be that, say, one state as opposed to the other has an increased deceased donor organ rate. And so that appeared to affect the disparities. So certainly overall, I think the key message is that the MELD sodium system actually has resulted in a significant decrease in waitlist mortality or death on the waiting list. However, there are certain subgroups that we're noticing are not fully served by this MELD sodium score. And it's certainly a complex problem in need of complex tools, because even biostatistical modeling, so in recent years, there have been various efforts to see whether adjusting for different things can result in improvement. And this type of modeling has been performed in recent years, but it appears that it is insufficient to rectify any sex disparity. So these are the factors that can disadvantage women on the wait list. So women tend to be shorter, so smaller body, and therefore there's a higher likelihood of declining an offer due to smaller stature. So the liver has to be a specific size or a specific volume to be accommodated. And lesser muscle mass, so in terms of the MELD sodium score, as I mentioned, one of the 4 tests is the creatinine. And when the creatinine is looked at in a woman versus a man, so when a woman has less muscle mass, therefore their creatinine will be lower. But if you look at their actual kidney filtration rate, it is actually even lower than, say, a man's for a given creatinine. Additionally, another factor that has been identified is that deceased donor organs tend to come more from male donors as opposed to female donors. So in terms of living donor liver transplantation, so I'll move on to that topic overall, and then additionally, how our transplant program is doing a very good job at rectifying these sorts of disparities by offering living liver donation. And so you can see here that there are 2 pathways to liver transplantation. As I mentioned, deceased donor organ donation versus living organ donation. So most programs offer simply deceased donor organ donation in North America and in Europe. And a certain proportion of programs do also offer living organ donation, and we at UHN have quite a lot of experience with living donor liver transplantation, having accumulated this experience over the last 20 years, so close to 20 years. So living donor liver transplantation. So living donor liver transplantation basically refers to resection or surgical removal of up to 70% of the liver from a healthy donor below the age of 60. And this is then implanted into the recipient with all the appropriate connections made, so vessels and bile duct system. And the beauty of the liver is that it is the one organ that is able to rapidly regenerate. So if you look at other organs, you cannot find a parallel in the body. So the liver is the one solid organ that has this wonderful ability to rapidly regenerate. In fact, if you think about cirrhosis, for example, just thinking about cirrhosis, so this develops over decades, so 3 to 4 decades, usually. And if you think about it, there's this chronic insult that's been going on for some time, and the liver has been regenerating and trying to heal itself. And as it tries to heal itself, it's getting scarred. So this process has been occurring over many years. There's some degree of chronic liver regeneration that is occurring in response to that insult that has been longstanding. And so here we have this wonderful surgery where a portion of the liver is implanted into the recipient, and rapid liver regeneration occurs such that an almost normal volume is achieved. So 92% of the normal volume is achieved by 12 weeks after the surgery in both the recipient and the donor. And that really is something miraculous in biology, really. And this is the one organ that's capable of doing this. And so in terms of living donation, so living donor liver transplantation, we're talking about a life-saving transplant with minimal waiting time. And this is regardless of demographic characteristics and indications. So it's universally beneficial to all the patients on the waiting list. There's a decreased risk of dropout or death on the waiting list, and a faster return to good health and good quality of life, and better long-term outcomes and a better quality organ. Then living donation, so I talked about this in the previous slide. So donor safety is obviously our #1 priority. These living donors are aged between 16 to 60 years, are in excellent physical and emotional health, normal liver function. They have support from family and friends, and this is a voluntary choice. Donors gain deep satisfaction from having saved a life. Living donor liver transplantation is a common treatment for liver failure in many parts of the world. So there's over 5,800 living liver transplants worldwide every year. And if you look at the Asian countries, so Japan, India, Taiwan, South Korea, also Saudi Arabia, so the largest proportion are living donor liver transplants. If you look at the US, in fact, only 6%. And Toronto, 30% of our transplants overall are living liver donor transplants. So this is some of our own data. So we have, this is a graph just to demonstrate that living donor liver transplantation is of benefit to all patients on the wait list, regardless of sex, regardless of indication for transplant. And then if we looked at the disparity in terms of sex, so I mentioned earlier, if you look at the SRTR data from the US, certainly there's a sex-based disparity overall in access to transplantation. Now we see that in our program that having access to living donation rectifies this sex disparity. So if a woman does not have access to living donation versus when they have access to living donation, and then we see that living donation is beneficial to both men and women on the waiting list. And we see that the magnitude of that effect in women is higher as compared to men. But overall, it's beneficial to everyone. So I should emphasize that the message is that living donation is beneficial to everyone, and particularly women as well. So even more so in this era of supply-demand mismatch. And I think what you should take away from this is that living donor liver transplantation offers superior waitlist and survival outcomes to all candidates, regardless of their characteristics. It's of benefit to all recipients, so those who receive living donation, in addition to those who are left on the list with greater access to deceased donors as a result. And what I can say also, based on our study results, is that our program, by virtue of offering living donor liver transplantation, is able to rectify sex-based disparity on the wait list. So I'd like to acknowledge the Living Donor Program and Center for Living Donation for some of the slides presented here, and for their invitation to present at this forum, and Dr. Allen at the Mayo Clinic, who provided some of the slides and data as well. And I'd welcome any questions. I suppose this is at the end of the discussion. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batt. So we heard that living liver donation is really the shorter pathway to better health. And we have two patient partners with us today who are going to be talking to us about their own journey. So I'd like to invite Diane Pierce, who's a living liver recipient, to share her story. And then we'll move on to Alisa Kennedy, who is a liver donor, who will also be talking about her journey. And I'd just like to remind everyone that you can submit your questions on slido.com, and the code is LU4. So I'll turn it over to Diane. Diane, you may be on mute. You may be muted.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. My journey actually began in 2018. There was a few things that happened to me that I noticed: rapid, unexplained weight loss, some severe itching, fatigue, and although I didn't notice it, I guess I had some jaundice, which is yellowing of the skin. So I was sent to a liver specialist in Scarborough from my family doctor at the time. And actually, the funny story about that is that the day that I had my appointment, she went on maternity leave. She delivered a baby girl. So I had her replacement who got me an appointment at TGH. So that's how I got from point A to B with Dr. Alia Ghulam Hussain. And that's really when my journey began, around February 2018. I found that she was remarkable in assessing me quite quickly. I had appointments almost immediately. The next day after I met with her, I had an ERCP scheduled at St. Michael's Hospital with a gastroenterologist. So we didn't waste any time in determining that I was a PSC, primary sclerosing cholangitis victim. And I did notice that the ERCP did improve my overall health, but it didn't last very long. So it was determined that I had end-stage liver disease and that I would need a transplant. Now, my MELD score, as Dr. Batt has already indicated, was not really that high because I had PSC and I was a woman. So there were other people in the queue, much higher than me, that required a liver before me. So it would be very difficult for me to get a deceased donor liver. And I was on the list. My doctor advocated to get me on the liver transplant list, and I was on that list for almost a year. At one of our family meetings with the liver team, it became evident that a living donor would escalate us up the list. and provide the necessary liver match for me. So we talked about it, and we waited it out and decided that we had to pursue this. And the only possible way was through local media, newspapers, and social media. So I have to say that I made our local newspaper 3 times. I made it on the front page. And my children developed a website, Donor for Diane, that became the crux of all of our effort. So it showcased what was required to be a donor. As Dr. Batt mentioned, your blood type, you had to be healthy, your age, and your BMI had to be under 35. And it laid out a pretty comprehensive questions answering, individual, how to fill out a screener, all that, in order to determine if they were a match. We had almost 1,500 hits to the website, and about 60 people downloaded the screener. Because the living donor potentials can only be completed one at a time, it became more of a waiting game for the ones interested, and myself. What I'd like to tell people is that you must stay healthy as possible. I always found it interesting that you need to be sick, and at the same time you need to be healthy. So I remember mentioning that to the surgeon, saying how, it seemed like an oxymoron, but that's the truth. You have to be as healthy as possible, but the liver takes over in the area of sickness. So one day in April, I received an email, and this is April 2020. I received an email from Joy McCary, who said that, introducing herself, and said that we were a perfect match. I did not know her, and she said that she would be my donor. It's very emotional. I was ecstatic, but I never thought I would find out this way. I had no idea the impact and the amount of tears that were shed. I did not know the donor, and she brought such joy to my life. And then COVID hit. So no one knew the impact initially, but we did find out that there were no transplants taking place at the initial stages of COVID. And as time went on, my doctors asked me the questions if I would consider the transplant during COVID. I remember sitting with my husband and I said, yes, I'm ready, COVID or not. But my concern was with my living donor and whether or not they felt the same way. They have a family. Their husbands have a point of reference. So it was determined that she was able and willing during COVID to give me her part of her liver. And that's April 29th, 2020 is when I had the transplant. So having a transplant during COVID was quite isolating. No one was allowed to be with you, no visitors, you're on your own. I simply relied on FaceTime and phone with my family and friends to get me through the 7 days in the hospital. I was glad to get home and begin my recovery from my own bed. I started walking, short walks, within a couple of weeks. And although I missed my baths, I still managed to shower daily. My biggest achievement was driving after 2 months. I had my freedom returned, and it helped get me out of the house during COVID. So how do I feel now? I feel pretty good. It's not perfect, but I'm still assessing the new normal. They're working on my meds. I did golf yesterday, and I really enjoy it. So I try to get out and get some physical activity daily. So overall, I do feel pretty good. I really can't thank my donor enough for her kindness, and my immediate family and friends for their support, and Dr. Ghulam Hussein, Dr. Cottrell, and all the entire liver team who supported me through this journey and who continue to support me today. I feel I received the most amazing gift, and I'm eternally grateful.
Thank you very much, Diane. We're in day 4 of Living Donation Week, and we've been listening to these stories, and I have to say that I still get emotional. I get emotional, and I know many in our audience get emotional. The gift of an organ, particularly from a living donor, is a wonderful gift, and it touches us all. And I guess our next speaker can talk a little bit about her own journey and how she made that decision. So we'll turn it over to you, Alisa.
Hi, I'm Alisa. Can you hear me? Perfect. I started my liver donation process back in 2018, the summer of 2018. I decided that I was going to do it. I decided when I was 15, but of course you can't give it until you're later in life. And I think my mom just hoped I'd forget about it. I eventually found the link and it said that I could be a living liver donor. And so I spoke with them and decided that I would go with liver first, because with the Alberta program, you can't give a kidney if you've already given your liver, or you can't give a liver if you've already given your kidney. So I decided I would start with my liver and eventually go and give a kidney as well. I was motivated because I am very, very healthy. I look after my body, I work out, I go to the gym all the time. I'm very, very active, and I don't drink. I don't eat really fatty foods. So I figured if anybody was going to get a liver, a 24-year-old very healthy female liver was probably the best one to give. I was originally given or matched with a child, a baby. They unfortunately were too little, and I had a bit of a timeline of 1 year because I was getting married the year later. So I said, if you can get me in within the year, I'll donate to anybody. So we originally matched with 3 children. They unfortunately were too little, and then they ended up finding a family donor for them, which was fantastic. But they matched me with a woman. They said she was an adult woman. That's all I know about her. That's all I ever knew about her. So I was more than willing to give to an adult. So they started the process, and I completed my process in a little over a month. I'm very thankful because I work at the same facility where they do the transplants and all the testing. So I was able to get it all done on cancellations of other patients. So I was completely done and ready to donate within a month and a half, I believe it was. A lot of people thought I was crazy. And when I told people I was donating, they asked me why. Why would I do this? And for me, it's why wouldn't I? I have a healthy liver. It regrows, well, somewhat regrows within 3 months. So to me, I only lost 3 months of being at home. So that's totally fine by me. I got 3 months over winter, thankfully. I donated in December of 2018. So Alberta winters are not something you want to be outside for. So I got 3 months and somebody else got to live. So that was really, really beneficial for me. So when people ask me why, my answer is always, why wouldn't I? If I can give up 3 months just for somebody to live, why wouldn't I? And my assessment was super, super easy. I was done in a month and a half. Everything they told me was going to happen happened exactly like they said it was going to. It was super fast, super easy, and I never had any surprises when it came to that. And then my surgery came, and it was in December of 2018. I went snowboarding the Sunday, and I went in on Monday morning at 7 a.m. I figured it was a last hurrah before I was bedbound for a few days. So I went in for my surgery. It went really well, no complications. I was up and walking against my will, but I was up and walking within the next day. They wanted early ambulation, wanted to make sure I was moving, and I was able to move was the big thing. So I was perfectly fine within the next day. I had some reactions to medications, but that's not uncommon. My recovery was fantastic. I was out of the hospital in just under 5 days. So I went in for surgery on the Monday morning, and I was gone Friday at 11. I was discharged. So 5 days in and out, not that bad. I had a roommate, so I didn't get a lot of sleep, and you don't really sleep during a hospital stay anyway. So as soon as I got home, My recovery went super, super fast. Within a month, I was back doing cardio in the gym and training a friend of mine. I was able to do some light stretching, kind of get more mobility back, because when you start, you're very hunched over. So by the end of the month, I was fully upright, ready to go, having pretty well normal life. Within that, just after a month, I was able to fully drive. I drove myself. After a month, I was cleared, which was really fantastic because I live out of the city. So to do anything, you need to go to the city. So that was really, really nice. I was fully back to my gym routine, back to lifting weights in 12 weeks, because the weight restriction is 10 pounds for the first 3 months. At 6 months, I ran a 10K charity race, which is one of the photos. And now I'm completely back 100%. I have no issues. I've had no limitations after the surgery. It was a faster recovery than I had ever expected. I expected a lot longer recovery. I was incredibly lucky. My employers, with the U of A, fully supported my donation. I was given 12 months paid leave. My managers and my HR were more than happy to give me that time off. I was not rushed to come back, which was really nice, because at a desk job and having no core is really hard to sit for extended periods. But my work gave me the entire 12 weeks off, and I lucked out because in that 12 weeks, I planned my entire wedding, which was very, very beneficial. And so I was able to get that completely done, which a few months in advance. So that was really good. It was something off my plate. It was one of the coldest winters ever. So that was really nice that I didn't have to leave my house. I just rolled back over and went to bed. My entire process was super, super fast. Nothing that I could think of could be improved. Like, they, right from start to finish, told me exactly what to expect, and I actually ended up exceeding expectations. So that was really beneficial for me. My recipient unfortunately passed away a couple weeks after my donation, but being that it was in December, she was able to have at least one more Christmas with her family. She was able to have one more New Year with her family. She got to say things and see people that she wouldn't normally have been able to see. And she'd been on the wait list for about 2 years. So for those few weeks that she did get to live, she was able to live it feeling well, not feeling sick. She wasn't jaundiced. A lot of her jaundice went away for that, which was really, really nice. And she was healthy for those few weeks until she did pass away from an infection, which was horrible. And I feel for her family. I can't imagine what it would be like to have so much hope and then have it unfortunately pulled out from underneath you. But I would, even with her passing away, I would do it again any day. It gave me the opportunity to help somebody that needed the help. And she got an extra few weeks that she normally wouldn't have had. They didn't think she'd make it through Christmas. So she was able to make it through Christmas, which was a big thing. It's a big family event. People love Christmas. Everybody loves Christmas. I have absolutely no regrets. I would do it again in a heartbeat. Even if I knew she was going to pass away a few weeks later, I would do it again, even if it just meant that she got those last few weeks. To me, that was worth all of it. And I do plan on donating my kidney as well. I did make a promise to my mother that I would have children first. So the kidney donations is on wait for a few years, and hopefully that will be my next donation.
Thank you very much for sharing your story, Alisa, because there's just so many aspects to it. Living donation is a very safe procedure. Living donor transplant is a very safe procedure as well. But we know that sometimes, the outcomes for some patients, not related to the transplant itself, to other things, may have an impact on survival. And the purpose of today is to explore how we might promote more timely transplant for all those on the wait list, and in particular women who are facing disparities. Dr. Bat, we're going to take and team our panel who is who is part of this webinar. We're going to move to questions from Slido. So for those who are tuning in, please go to slido.com, LU4, to submit your questions. And so maybe we could start with those here. Diane, do you have plans to write your donor? And if so, what would you like to tell her? I guess you've met your donor, but
my donor and I have met. We met at the hospital, actually, when we both had she gave her liver and I got her liver. We, on every 29th of the month, one of my family members drop off gifts to her family. And gifts, I mean books for her son, or flowers, or she's a vegetarian, so we try to find like local produce. We just want to continue to acknowledge that 29th as kind of Joy Day. That's what we call it, Joy Day. And so we do keep in touch with one another. She was also on the CTV national news when I was on, and we correspond via email. But I respect her privacy, and I know that she respects mine, and we just have a cordial relationship.
Thank you for that. Our next question is for Dr. Bat. Are there any interventions to address the disparities you discussed? And if not, what would you consider a good starting point? Certainly, it's a very complex issue, particularly revisions to the MELD score and other aspects. So, Dr. Bat?
Yes, so it's actually a very complex problem. So it's not just the MELD score itself in terms of prioritization, which certainly is based on those 4 blood tests, as I mentioned earlier, but it's also ultimately the organ allocation. And there are so many factors that are likely contributing to the ultimate disparities to certain subgroups. And so far, there have been different modeling studies done in order to see whether adjustment of the creatinine by instead using the kidney filtration rate would help in prioritizing in a more appropriate way, and that has not been fruitful. So this has not been implemented, but what I'm saying is it's been modeled. So adjustment for the kidney filtration rate, adjustment for liver volume. And so these have been the 2 main things that have been looked at in terms of adjustments. And it appears that it is a very complex problem. And I think part of it is that end-stage liver disease is to these various chronic liver diseases that have different physiology, different impact on those blood tests. And as I'd mentioned earlier, the MELD sodium score was really it was developed based on a very hepatitis C heavy population. So this was developed in 2002. It was published and then finally implemented some years later in the US. And then ultimately, say in Ontario, it was implemented here in November 2012. And so what we know is that it was developed based on a population that is quite different from the population we have now. And I think what we will need is something much, much more complex. So say, including tools of artificial intelligence or things, techniques that are more complex in accounting for all those different factors that have ultimately an impact on not just the prioritization, but also the allocation. And I know that there are efforts in this regard ongoing in the United States. So there is discussion within the OPTN to look into addressing these disparities. So it's not just sex-based disparity. I'd mentioned also primary sclerosing cholangitis is unfortunately not as well reflected in terms of disease severity by the MELD sodium, additionally PBC, so and then frailty. So there are so many different factors that are playing into the degree of illness and the risk of death on the waiting list. And while these efforts are ongoing, we are also, I am interested in looking into this and seeing what could be done. I do have collaborations with machine learning experts here, and certainly I think it would be interesting to look at what we could do to better reflect mortality on the waiting list, something that is beyond the MELD sodium, because the MELD sodium, again, was developed using logistic regression rather than something more complex that accounts for all those interacting factors. There's so many different interrelationships between the factors. So I think it will require quite a bit of investigation into those complex interrelationships. But certainly it's something that we need to work on fixing.
Thank you for that. Having the MELD sodium score as a guide for allocation is very important because it does introduce an objective way of
Yes.
organs and
yes. So it's actually done a wonderful job at prioritizing people on the waiting list and decreasing waitlist mortality. So that's say not of any dispute. So MELD sodium clearly has done an excellent job of prioritizing people overall. But there are certain disadvantaged subgroups, and I think as it is in medicine and anything in medicine, I think you can always work to refine and improve what you have in place. That will require work. It's a work in progress, but certainly the community is very interested in looking into ways in which we can help, in which we can serve our patients the best way possible. So I'm referring only to, say, deceased donor organ allocation with respect to this question.
Right, and living organ donation is one way to improve access to timely transplant, which is why we're focusing on that today. It looks like the next question is also for you. Does genetics play a role? Are women's livers more suitable to donate than men's or vice versa? And I know that during your presentation, you talked about more men being donors. So if you could explain that, why that is, and address this question of genetics as well.
Yes, okay. So with respect to genetics, I'm not aware of any data that would suggest that, say, men's livers or women's livers are more suitable to donate. So there isn't any such data that I'm aware of, at least. In terms of the proportion of deceased donor organs coming from male as opposed to female donors, it's unclear why that is. There may be different factors involved, including the cause of death of the deceased donor as opposed to, say, a female donor. There may be different reasons that play into this, but I'm not aware of any literature as to why it is that deceased donor organs tend to come more from male donors. Now, in Ontario, that's something that is about equivalent. So it's not like there are more male or female organs, but I'm speaking with respect to the literature that has previously been published, and it suggests that this is one of the factors that is accounting for sex-based disparities.
Thank you. And it looks like the next question may have already been addressed.
Yes.
in that we're looking for revisions to the MELD score, but it will take a bit more time. Alisa, this is a comment and potentially a question for you. This person is thanking you for sharing your story and touched by your positive outlook on things. What do you know about the recipient, and how did you deal with the knowledge that she subsequently passed away?
The only thing I really knew about her was that she was an adult female that had been on the wait list for at least 2 years. And because she was so petite, finding a donor that was equally her size was very, very difficult, or one that would even fit her because she was so petite. So mine fit perfectly. And honestly, I did everything I could in order to prolong her life. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that happen. You get infections. That's unfortunately what happens, and some people can get over them pretty quickly and some people can't. So unfortunately she did pass, but knowing that I at least could have given her a few more months with her family that she normally wouldn't have had, and the fact that she got to feel better, even if just for a short period of time, she got to feel, I guess, normal again.
Yes, it is important to point out, thank you for that, Alisa, that recipients who are on the wait list for a long time, their health, may deteriorate over that time. And so it becomes more of a challenge in order to, not only find a donor, but also have good outcomes following transplantation. But Dr. Bhatt, is there anything that you would add about the impact of the wait on a potential recipient?
The impact of the wait?
Of waiting for a long time on a transplant list.
Ah, okay. Now I understand. Okay, yes. So as I'd mentioned earlier, when patients are listed for transplant, they have a certain score, which reflects their degree of illness at the time of listing. But that certainly is dynamic. So once someone is listed, there could be, say, an infection or some other stressful event that results in the liver becoming more sick. Additionally, our patients, so the thing about cirrhosis is that there is decrease in muscle mass over time. So if you think about it, I'd mentioned earlier that the liver is our metabolic factory, and there's decreased protein production by the cirrhotic liver. And so what happens is there is this a decreased muscle mass and decondition that will occur over time as a result of what we call catabolic activity, so the muscle breakdown. And so in cirrhotic patients, we know that they will get more and more frail over time. And I think when we look at living liver donation, this offers the opportunity for everyone really to have access to transplantation before they become too ill, because waiting for a long time, we know, results in increased risk of such illness and such frailty getting worse and worse over time. And so living liver donation offers the opportunity of transplanting someone when they're still in, say, a relatively fit state, such that the surgery will go more smoothly and also their post-transplant outcomes will be excellent. So they recover much more quickly. They don't need to go to, say, the rehabilitation facility to recover, because we know that, say, the higher MELD patients, those who have their MELD sodium in the 30s, very often are very debilitated or significantly debilitated and do require an extended period of recovery post-transplant, including rehabilitation. Now, I should say, I think I mentioned this before, someone can become too frail for transplant. So say, for example, if they become bedbound and are unable to mobilize, they're unable to get out of bed and walk independently, then they're unfortunately no longer a candidate for transplant, because we know that the outcomes are not going to be good following transplantation in someone who's bedbound. So clearly, when someone is immobile and unable to get out of bed, they're too frail for transplant. And so they're not, unfortunately, they will then become delisted. So certainly we do encourage all of our waitlisted patients to continue to mobilize and ambulate and maintain their nutrition as much as possible, because they need to be in a state where they can undergo this big operation and be able to succeed post-transplant.
Thank you very much for that. And I will give our two patient partners a last word. There's a couple of questions around support. So maybe in this last minute, if I could, if Diane and Alisa could comment on this, the role of support during donation, starting with you, Alisa, and then maybe Diane, you could talk a little bit about support, you know, as you were going through this this procedure during COVID, and you know, and recovery since. So maybe starting with you, Alisa, and then we'll close this portion of the agenda.
Okay, so I thankfully had a lot of support from my family, my husband especially. He was there every day with me in the hospital after his classes because he's in school at the time. So he was with me every day. When I got home, for the first month, for the first 2 weeks, I needed his help just because I couldn't wash my hair. I couldn't reach up that high without stretching too far. So he helped me wash my hair for the first at least week. And then he had to chauffeur me to any appointments or take me places because I wasn't allowed to drive for the first month. But other than that, I was able to get up, get my own food, go to the bathroom by myself. The only thing I needed help with was washing my hair and driving, really. So I didn't even need that much support, but I'm so thankful that I had it all.
And I actually had support here at my house with my family members and my husband. And he was a great motivator in getting me outside for fresh air. And I did have the surgery during COVID. And I know there's you know, a question about how difficult it was. Well, it was long days, but without social media, it would have been even longer. So I'm really glad that I had the capability of talking to people, family members, friends, to help me get through the day. And I had to write everything down because you don't have that person beside you kind of hearing things that you don't hear. So I would write things down so that I would know for reference what exactly happened, because you are medicated and you don't really know what you're hearing sometimes. And we were tested for COVID before transplant and when I left the hospital. So I was tested for COVID 2 times, and both times negative. I think that's all the questions that I can answer.
Thank you very much. So we've reached the end of our webinar. I just wanted to thank our speakers, Dr. Mamata Bhatt, and our patient partners, Alisa and Diane. And thanks also to everyone who submitted questions. We will aim to get answers to all of those questions by the end of the week, and if not, next week. We are this Living Donation Week. We've heard from many people about the importance of engaging patients in these discussions, and we're very thankful that we've received quite a lot of comments from patients, from living donors in this process. We hope you will join us later this afternoon for a conversation with the liver team, and tomorrow afternoon for a conversation with caregivers. The topic of support is really important, and caregivers are really key to all of this. And we also need to acknowledge them as part of this team and this whole process. So please visit us on Eventbrite or on livingorgandonation.ca for a schedule of the events. So I'll close by thanking our founding supporters, the Kearney and Cahill families, and also Astellas Pharma Company. And finally, I'd really like to thank the Toronto General and Western Hospital Foundation for their continued support. The center is funded through philanthropy, and we really appreciate their support. So thank you very much, everybody. I look forward to seeing you at the other sessions, and happy Living Donation Week.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to In Conversation with the Liver Transplant Team. My name is Penny Lesage, and I'm a living liver donor, and I will be moderating today's discussion. Just a reminder that you can submit your questions on slido.com by using the event code PM4, and that today's session is being recorded and will be available on the Center for Living Organ Donation's YouTube channel. Before our panelists introduce themselves, I'll just give you a little bit of my backstory here. In 2016, my husband went into end-stage liver failure, and we live in Manitoba. We have a wonderful healthcare team based in Winnipeg. So the Manitoba team told us it was time to consult with Toronto General, which was our closest option for a liver transplant. Shortly after that, my husband was placed on the transplant list, and we were introduced to the idea of a living donor. When I first brought up the idea to my husband about being his living liver donor, he refused. But due to rapid progression of his liver disease, he eventually had no choice but to accept my decision to apply. We had 2 young children at the time, so it seemed like things were evolving quite quickly. And I flew to Toronto for assessments, and all the testing and assessments were completed within about a 3-day period. On July 27, 2016, I donated 68.2% of my liver to my husband. And I'm happy to report that as of today, my husband is healthy and strong, and that we are both enjoying an amazing quality of life with our families. So that's a little bit about me. And yeah, let's meet our panelists. Maybe we can start with Cheryl, if you can introduce yourself, please.
My name is Cheryl. I am a registered nurse and a transplant coordinator in Toronto. I started in the program 19 years ago and have been in my current role, which includes liaison for referring physicians and evaluating patients for suitability and eligibility for liver transplant. Been doing that for the last 16 years. So,
excellent. Mo?
Hello. So I'm Mo. I'm a registered nurse as well. I am one of the pre-liver transplant coordinators. So basically, I manage the patients once they leave Cheryl's capable hands and get on the wait list, then they are mine until they get transplanted or otherwise. And I've been in transplant for 13 years, but in this position for about 6 minus 2 for mat leave.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. Chantal?
Hello, my name is Chantal. I'm also a registered nurse, living donor liver coordinator at Toronto General. So I take care and coordinate the care for all live donors from the application process through their whole journey until they get to surgery, and after as well for 3 months. I've been a nurse for 15 years. I've done many different things. I've been at Toronto General for 1 year only so far. My past includes pediatrics, med-surg nursing, and case management. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And Shauna.
Hi there, my name is Shauna. I'm one of the post-liver transplant coordinators. So I'm one of the 5 nurse coordinators who follows patients after they've had a liver transplant within Toronto General. My background is nursing experience in transplant. So I worked on the transplant unit for 5 years as an inpatient nurse. And then I've been in this role for approximately 3 years as a post-transplant coordinator.
Excellent. Thank you. Can you guys please walk us through the liver transplant process? Maybe if we can start with Cheryl and Mo. You guys can start us off. That would be great because I think you guys are the first point of contact.
Sure. So I'll start by just mentioning some of the process. So the referral process for our program, we receive referrals from not only our province, but across Canada for recipients. So they're referred from an external specialist, hospitalist, family physicians, and those are all triaged then by myself and by the transplant physicians. We receive them many different ways: phone, fax, mail. Sometimes patients call, and we facilitate that referral process as well from their physician. The patients are then seen in clinic. Due to COVID, it has encouraged us to see more patients virtually, so OTN, which has helped a lot of patients access our program who otherwise would not be able to travel due to illness or other. And then for patients that are seen and deemed appropriate to start a transplant evaluation, then we go ahead with that. So the evaluation consists of testing, which includes some blood work, some heart tests, some lung tests, some imaging of their abdomen or their liver, and then some consults with some of our transplant specific teams. So our social workers, our anesthetists, and our transplant hepatologists as well. Depending on the outcome of that, sometimes additional testing is required, and most of the testing we do is in line with other provinces as well for transplant eligibility. So speaking to that, Trillium Gift of Life Network is the provincial organization responsible for organ and tissue donation in Ontario. They're also responsible for facilitating allocation of deceased donor organs. Similar to the program in Nova Scotia, which is Legacy of Life, or Transplant Manitoba Gift of Life, just a couple other provinces, so they each have their own. They set out the eligibility criteria, which has been developed through collaboration with the transplant programs, so physicians, surgeons, and nursing. It discusses some of the diseases that liver transplant is indicated for, some of the absolute contraindications that would make it unsafe to proceed with liver transplant, and then they assist with the allocation of organs for deceased donors. Trillium Gift of Life is not involved in the living donor process, as that is a program specific and unique to Toronto General. Part of the eligibility, part of the allocation process includes something called a sodium MELD. And for anyone who's heard of transplant or spoken to any of us, you will have heard that term. And it's a sodium model for end-stage liver disease. So what it is a model that looks at how sick a patient is and how needy they are of urgent transplant. So that's calculated based on blood work. It helps to guide the allocation of deceased organs. It also helps us to guide decisions around surgical booking for patients with living donors. The purpose of it is to assist in reducing the deaths on the waiting list, to provide equitable access for patients, and to ensure the optimal use of deceased donor organs. We are part of a provincial wait list. So in the past, we shared with, or we had a separate wait list for liver transplant with the London program. We now share a wait list which provides increased access to patients who are waiting. The MELD score is a number range between 11 and 40, with 11 being less ill and a MELD score of 40 being gravely ill. So we do look at that when we allocate deceased organs and when we look at booking surgical dates for living donors. It's updated regularly. It requires patients to complete blood work on a monthly basis. At times, patients are granted what we call exception points. So these exception points acknowledge that blood work does not necessarily define a patient's illness. So sometimes where this is not reflected in blood work, such as patients who have liver cancer, patients who have genetic disorders, or patients with primary sclerosing cholangitis with multiple episodes of infection, sometimes between these episodes can be relatively well. So it's a complex process looking at the patient, not just as a number and a place on the waiting list, but monitoring their medical status on an ongoing basis and ensuring that we are providing access to transplant, whether it be a living donor or deceased donor, when the patient needs it. So Once the patients have been through that process, they are discussed as a team. Surgical representation, anesthesia, our transplant hepatologists, nursing staff, social work, we decide as a team to accept patients on the waiting list, and then they are handed over to Mo to the next step of, I tell them they graduate to the next step of their journey, where Mo picks up and waits with them.
So once they come on, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, Cheryl. How long does that process typically take? Is there a general kind of timeline, or?
So a standard evaluation takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. Some of that depends on how much information is received with the initial referral. And then some of that depends on whether additional testing is needed outside of a standard evaluation process. But on average, we're looking at about 6 weeks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Sorry, Mo.
It's okay. It's okay. I always say if you have questions, stop us now and ask them before the time passes. So while patients are waiting on the wait list, so what happens on a Friday, we'll discuss them. My job is to actively list them in the system so that they are now active patients awaiting transplant. Then I call each one if I can, unless they're inpatients, which makes them a little bit different. I call each one to let them know that, hey, they're officially on the wait list. Expect a package to come home in the mail. The package will have a couple of things, housekeeping tips, and I go through that with each patient over the phone. One of the expectations while you're waiting for transplant is that you will continue to do blood work for us on a monthly basis, because as Cheryl mentioned before, your sodium MELD score is kind of dependent on your blood work results, and that can fluctuate a little bit every time you do blood work for us. Sometimes it'll be stable, sometimes it can fluctuate, sometimes it can even get better. So they have to do their blood work once a month, every month for us, unless we want it done more frequently. They have to continue to do their cardiac testing every year to make sure nothing new pops up with age. They also have scans that need to be done on a regular basis, and they can call us to find out when these things are coming up. We also like to keep track of their social supports. By social supports, we mean, who's coming into the hospital with them to take them to their appointments, who's driving them around, who's taking them to their blood work appointments. At points in time, we have discovered that for some patients, these social supports do fall through because they realize the demands on their time and the disruption in their life. They, for whatever reason, sometimes family members or friends can't help them. And so there is a change in the social standing, the social situation. And so, the patient ends up in hospital again. We come to find out that some things have fallen through. So then the social worker gets involved trying to figure out what next for this patient. With regards to how long people wait on the wait list, it is really dependent on your sodium MELD score and your diagnosis. So like Cheryl mentioned before, some of our cancer patients get exception points. And so they can potentially start to get calls 6 to 9 months into their wait time, with potentially transplant happening at the 12-month mark or a little bit later than that. I mean, that's an approximation at this point in time. It does depend on the score. Our score, as Cheryl mentioned before, starts at 11 to get on the list and goes all the way up to 40. Patients who are potentially getting called in for transplant at this point in time are anywhere between 28 and 31. And when you do get called in for a transplant, you can have something called a false alarm, which is where you come in and you expect to get to your surgery. And they tell you, oh, after a certain wait time that the organ is not suitable. So patients do get sent back home without surgery, and this can happen a couple of times. I had one patient, for him it happened 5 times. It was a false alarm, and the 6th time it was finally successful, so they were very excited. But with every false alarm, the patient does get a little dejected, and they call us saying, what's going on? Am I going to get my transplant? The fact that you're getting called in for a transplant means your number is up there, and it has to be a blood type match and a size match. So that is a height and weight approximation as well. Because, for example, if the patient were about 5'2" and the potential deceased donor were about 6'5", you have a size mismatch there. So a very large organ in a larger person cannot physically fit into a smaller body cavity of a smaller patient. So the surgeon, this is a surgical decision at the end of the day. So the surgeons make that decision and they decide who next on the list they can call in that's an approximate size match for the organ. Yeah, I guess if there are other questions about wait times, we can discuss that. But we do try and give exception points to certain diagnoses, depending on whether they have cancer or PSC or repeated episodes of cholangitis with PSC. So our doctors do advocate for some of their patients if they feel that it's necessary. With regards to, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask, if patients are on the deceased list, can they still have a living donor?
Oh, yes. We have that as a concurrent option. So if anybody has live donors that are wanting to step forward for them, they have to wait for the patient to be listed initially on the wait list before a donor evaluation can be started. And I always tell patients, you know, if you have somebody, tell them to put in the paperwork, because unless the paperwork is physically given to the donor program, we don't know that something is happening. And while a donor is being evaluated, the patient is still on the deceased donor list, active, awaiting transplant from a deceased donor organ. The only time that that name comes off the deceased donor list is once live donor transplant surgery has been successfully completed. Then they come off the deceased donor list. When I get told that a donor has been found 100% suitable for a particular recipient on the wait list, and there is an OR date already in plan, I speak with the medical team and ensure that this patient's deceased donor status on the deceased donor wait list can go temporarily on hold while we wait for the surgical date to come through. If the surgical date gets canceled for live donation at any point in time, then they can just be reactivated back on the deceased donor list. They don't lose their space or let their slot on the deceased donor wait list. They maintain their standing, and they just get put on hold while we make sure that the live donor surgery happens. And if that happens, yay, successful, then we take them off this list. And if that doesn't happen, then we just switch them back to being active on the deceased donor list.
And do you ever have like the false call-ins, like you had mentioned, like for out of province recipients? Like, do you ever have to call? Are there ever any out of province? Yes, and they end up in Toronto and then have to.
We do. I don't know how many times that's happened, but we do have a fair number of patients waiting out in Manitoba for a deceased donor organ. Yes. And if there was a live donor to be worked up there, that the donor program would look after, obviously. But for deceased donor, we have something called Life Flight, which is a company that helps us with transporting these recipients when they get the call to come in for transplant, that helps them get to here. I don't know if we've had any out of province patients come in for a false alarm. I'm sure it's probably happened. We've been doing this for a long enough time, but in my recent memory, I can't think of somebody right now.
Okay. Great, thank you. Just a reminder too to everyone that if you want to submit your questions on slido.com, please feel free to do so, and just use event code PM4. Okay. Chantal, did you maybe want to speak about the donor process at this time?
Yes, I would be happy to do so. So I will continue off where Mo left off. So when a recipient is told that they have been listed and that they are suitable for a live donor, because not all recipients may be suitable for a live donor, then their donors can submit to the office by fax, email, an application and a blood type. The application is found on our website. You can complete it. It's quite lengthy. It asks a lot of medical questions, personal questions, but it's very important for us to know the history of the donor. Blood type also needs to be submitted. You can get this at your family doctor. People who have donated blood will also know their blood type. They are given a donor card, and that can be you can send a scanned copy of that to our office. We can't proceed unless we have the blood type. The blood type on most cases needs to be a match. And at times we get multiple people applying for one recipient. So we could have one donor apply. We may have 50 donors apply. We only can work up one donor at a time, and we will call you if you're suitable to proceed to an evaluation. Now, sometimes people aren't suitable to proceed to an evaluation for many reasons. It could be age. So you need to be between the ages of 16 and 60 years. Body mass index. So this is a calculation that you can find online. There's a tool, you put your height and your weight in, and it will tell you what your body mass index is. Under 30 is considered a healthy, normal body mass index. That does not count for muscle mass though, so please be cautious with that. Anyone with a body mass index of over 35, we cannot start a workup until there's some weight loss. Approximately 10% weight loss needs to occur. If the body mass index is around 33 or lower, we can definitely start an evaluation, but we will also start some weight loss as well, and healthy active living to get some of that off before the surgery. Some other medical conditions that would be an automatic exclusion would be diabetes needing medication, and sleep apnea needing a machine at night, so a CPAP, and that would also be an exclusion. There are other things, but we would talk to you over the phone about some other things that might exclude you. But if you are healthy and between the ages of 16 and 60 and have no major concerns, you can definitely submit your application. And then I review these, all of them, and we will screen you if we're going to move onwards with your evaluation. Now, some donors and recipients may feel a bit neglected or frustrated because they think that we've lost their application or we've never called them. But sometimes we don't contact you because we have someone else in workup. You will receive an email stating that the application has been received, and we will call you if needed. So please try to remain patient. I understand it's very stressful and it's a very difficult time, but we keep the evaluations and they're all in our office, and we will definitely call you if you're proceeding. And when I call you, I will go over the process in general, so you're aware of what you're signing up for. At any time, you can step down. So this is a voluntary process. It's altruistic in nature, so we want people to feel free in their choice. So some people have stepped down because if they're not comfortable. So I go through that. I also mentioned that the recipient and donor team, as you can see, are all separate. And we do that for ethical reasons to protect each individual, and that the donor feels supported with their own team, okay? Now, the first step is to come to Toronto General and have your initial testing, which is going to see if you can be a match, anatomically speaking. And this includes, so a bunch of blood work will be taken, around 16 vials of blood, ECG, which is an electrocardiogram of the heart, a chest x-ray, so we're looking at your lungs, and then an MRI and a CT of your abdomen. And these are really important. So this is going to look at the size of your liver and the health of your liver, and also the anatomy. The surgeons review these images, and we need to make sure that you're safe to proceed as a donor. Unfortunately, only around 1/3 of our donors who go through this initial screening can move on. 2/3 are excluded, and the main reason is usually size or complicated anatomy, which could put yourself or the recipient at risk. And donor safety is our priority. So if you get that call, it's very sad and hard to comprehend, but it is for your safety. Once we know that you're an anatomical match, then we're going to book many other consults with our team members. So surgeon, medical doctor, anesthesia. You might have additional tests depending on your age. We have to do cardiac testing for people over the age of 50 or who might have previous asthma history. So all this whole assessment can last 6 to 8 weeks long, sometimes even longer if the donor needs additional tests and consultations. All donors will be supported through a social work and a psychosocial nurse, or psychiatry if needed. They will also meet 2 surgeons to have independent consultation, and you'll have lots of time to have all your questions answered. And I do education at least 2 to 3 times throughout the process, so you're informed and feeling comfortable moving forward to surgery. Once you've completed all your consultations and tests, then we will start talking about a surgery date. And then once that's confirmed, it's exciting. And then Mo connects with her recipient and also informs the recipient at that time.
Great. Chantal, is there a specific diet that the donors should be following?
So there's nothing specific, but we do ask people to be extra cautious during this journey. The stronger you are and the fitter you are before you go into surgery, the better the recovery. So we want obviously healthy eating, following Canada's food guide, and you do need to abstain from alcohol, recreational drugs, and smoking. So that does need to be abstained from, and you have to remain not using alcohol for 2 to 3 months after the surgery. So we had that discussion in the preliminary education session. And then in the future after as well, maintaining a healthy lifestyle and exercise is really important.
Okay, excellent, good. Okay, and then transplant happens. And then we move on to Shauna. Can you tell us a little bit about what transplant looks like and immediately after surgery, as well as moving forward the weeks and months after that?
Definitely. So like I said, I follow people after they've had a liver transplant. So I'm one of the 5 coordinators. We work in a coordinator-physician combination. So each liver transplant patient that stays under our care in Toronto will be assigned to a coordinator as well as a physician, and we will follow you essentially lifelong following your transplant care. In terms of patients who are staying in Toronto, obviously we'll follow you forever. If someone was referred from a hepatologist in, say, Ottawa or Kingston, there might be a period of time, maybe at the 1-year mark, where someone transfers back to local care. Obviously, people who live out east or in the west will transfer back to their local physicians. In terms of right at the moment of surgery, so someone will go into the transplant surgery, and once they are out of surgery, they will either go to an intensive care unit or a step-down unit, where both the patient and the donor will be monitored with a cardiac monitor. They will have invasive lines, maybe a line in their neck or a line in their wrist, and very close monitoring with either 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 nursing care. Obviously, blood work will be monitored regularly, their vital signs. There may be subsequent imaging that is done after surgery. As the care becomes, as someone becomes a bit more stable after their transplant surgery, they will move from a step-down unit to a ward, so a regular hospital unit. And the focus of care will be on mobilizing, optimizing your nutrition, and sort of recovering and getting ready to go home. Once things are stable from a physical perspective and a blood work perspective, patients will be discharged home. And once they are discharged home, my job will be to continue to watch their blood work, probably on a twice-weekly basis for the first few weeks. We were normally seeing people in clinic on a weekly basis, and then every 2 weeks, and then monthly. The world has changed a little bit recently with COVID-19, so we are adapting and doing virtual visits for patients. So people are seen through a virtual platform, either through their computer. We're doing phone call visits. And obviously, when we need to see people in the hospital, we are seeing patients in person in clinic. The monitoring for these patients essentially is blood work on a regular basis, depending on your indication for transplant. So the reason why you had a transplant, there are different protocols that we follow. So for example, if someone was transplanted for a liver cancer, we will continue to do surveillance scans on a regular basis. If someone was transplanted for NAFLD or a fat in their liver, we will do protocol biopsies or fiber scans. So the follow-up care will look different for each patient depending on why they received their transplant, but it will always be coordinated by myself and a physician group. So that is the short version of what happens right after transplant.
Okay. What exactly should recipients and donors expect from transplant? I know myself, I've got this beautiful scar on my body, and like, do you have any points of or any wisdom here that you can share that I know myself, it was very surreal emotionally and physically, because I went in healthy and my husband, of course, was deathly ill. So can you talk a little bit about what to expect from transplant?
Yes, do you want me to go first, Shauna? I can talk about.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, so a little bit about the donor surgery. It's 6 to 8 hours long. It's a major abdominal surgery. So it is a very difficult surgery for a healthy individual to go through. And it includes a 1 week stay in hospital. And you will also be in step down unit for the first few days and closely monitored, and then transferred to a regular ward bed, and then discharged home usually around day 7. If you're donating to a pediatric recipient, the hospital stay is less, so it's 3 to 5 days. And now in the first week, it is very hard. So I tell donors and I'm very honest and transparent, that it's difficult. Some people describe it as being hit by a bus. Sometimes it's an emotional roller coaster. And other people find it just okay. They'll say it's been okay. So it varies depending on each individual, but it is a scary situation. So it's for a healthy person, and the next day they're in, a step down unit attached to tons of wires with also a central line and a tube down the nose. It's very temporary, a catheter. So for their family members as well, it's very distressing. So I try to teach people to expect that, so they're not fearful. It is all temporary, and it will be removed quite quickly. And by the time day 5 hits, most people are feeling much better. And emotionally speaking, it is very difficult. So there's days of feeling some loss, sometimes some trauma, frustration, or sometimes just so much gratitude that you can't even grasp it. So it's an adjustment to go through, and I like to be by the donor's side to help them through that process, even though I've never donated, but I live through them that way. So it is quite beautiful, the journey from the beginning to the end, and there's some bumps in the road, and it's not easy. And that's why the whole team is here for everybody, because it isn't easy. That being said, when the donor goes home, the first 6 to 8 weeks will be also an adjustment, especially the first month. It's the hardest. There will be pain. There may be nausea. There could be constipation. There can be minor complications like incision pain, incision infection. The incision is 10 to 15 centimeters long, so there will be a scar. And it's just getting back to a normal routine, getting your strength back. So it's slow, but surely people get back to their old self. Some people might even feel off until month 3. Most of the time, people are back at work at 1.5 to 2 months, and the normal complaints are just a lot of fatigue. So just tired, hard to get through the day, but they're able to eat, they're sleeping better, they're working out, but the fatigue can linger for some time. And some people do note mild anxiety and depression around that time as well. And that is normal. And we support them, and we have a whole team here if they need further help with that. And the follow-up appointments, so you have an appointment with the surgeon at 1 month and blood work. And then at 3 months, an MRI is arranged, and to just make sure there's no complications, which would be very rare, but it's just another little safety check, and more blood work at 3 months. And then we send everything to your family doctor. We ask them to follow the donor every year for 10 years to ensure that their blood work is normal, their liver enzymes are stable, their complete blood count is healthy. And that's all described thoroughly to the doctor and the donor. And we're always here to help donors in the future. Sometimes people have a question or a concern, or emotionally they're not coping well at month 4 or 5 for a specific reason. And we're always here to help, and we will refer our donors when needed to whoever they need to see, specialist or general practitioner, etc. And I think that's it for my part.
Is there specific exercise or nutrition after, like, post-transplant?
So for the donor, we just ask no raw meat or raw fish, so things like sushi, just to reduce the risk of possibly getting a bacterial infection. We ask them to eat small little meals at the beginning just to help with digestion and bloating and gas and all that. The gallbladder is removed in most cases for the donor during the procedure. So that can change some people's digestion in the first few months, where they have difficulty with high fat meats or high fat dairy. So we just tell the donor to be cautious and, eat. But if you're craving something, like I've had people say, I just want that, small piece of pizza, sure, go for it. And then exercise, take the 6 to 8 weeks, gently. and then return to working out as before. Just be cautious and no heavy lifting for the first 2 months. But we've had high performing athletes start running, jogging or going back on their bike to train at 4 weeks. Each person's journey is unique, and other people need 3 months. So I don't like to compare, but it's general guidelines. But listening to your own body is really important.
Excellent. Good.
Shauna,
And what
before
about,
you, sorry. I was just going to
go
say,
ahead, sorry.
there's a piece for the patient with me before they transition to Shauna's care. So whenever we get to that, I'll just comment on that.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Mo.
So when you talk about diet and fitness and nutrition for patients who are waiting for a transplant, we ask them, there's a couple of things that we do nutritionally speaking. One of them being cut out salt from your diet as much as possible, completely preferable. Because salt and water are best friends. Where there is salt, there will be water retention. So my patients struggle a lot with a ton of water retention, and it needs to get drained sometimes every 2 weeks, every week. It depends on how much they tend to collect on board. With regards to other things nutrition-wise, we do try and encourage a higher protein intake diet. Now, that's very difficult for some people because their appetites are they have a lack of appetite, let's put it that way. They're bloated usually, they've got so much water on board, they're finding it hard to breathe sometimes with the amount of water. And the water can be like up to 11 liters. We're talking a lot of water on board here. So they can't ingest 3 meals a day. I always recommend don't do 3 meals a day. Break them up. If you can just do like a smoothie or half a cup of smoothie at different intervals in time, do that. Make sure you've got some protein in there. Whether it's lean meats that you go to for protein or vegetarian protein intake, whatever your case may be. I do try and encourage that as much as possible for these patients and trying to stay as active as possible because your fitness level going into transplant, through surgery, will definitely affect the recovery post-transplant. And this is where I transition to Shauna's care.
So yeah, I think that's very important, just thinking of the recipient. So it's difficult to give a timeline of sort of recovery of what to expect, as every individual walking into transplant has different health complications, health concerns, depending on how long someone has been sick or on the wait list, how much muscle mass they have lost. That will all dictate how fast someone is able to recover. So I think what we try and tell our patients is just to give yourself grace and time, that you were sick for a long period of time, so it will take a similar amount of time to recover. Thinking of post-operative care or just care at home, very similar things. Canada's food guide, there is one diet restriction. We ask people not to have any grapefruit juice or pomegranate, as it can impact some of the immunosuppression medications that they're taking. No lifting for at least 3 months of anything more than 10 pounds, just as your incision heals on both the outside and the inside. In terms of what to expect, so there's a million things to expect after a transplant in terms of there can be complications or bumps in the road, such as things like rejection or infection or surgical complications. But the main sort of focus, or there's such a loss of control probably before the transplant and even after, the main things to focus on are just taking the medications on a regular basis, doing the blood work as scheduled, and just trying to be sort of as healthy and active as you can. And just recognizing that things will take time. And it's probably the worst answer for patients, but everything just takes a bit of time.
Mm-hmm. Good. I have a funny little story if I can share. When my husband, right after transplant, the doctors were telling him, okay, the sooner you can get mobile, the better. That was the message consistent for both of us. And so the doctor had said, start with, because my husband was up. As soon as he could, he was up. And the doctor had said, well, start with 4 to 6 laps around the ward. So he misunderstood. And the nursing team were wondering what's going on. And they said, Rob, what are you doing? You're out here. And he goes, well, the doctor told me to do 46 laps around the ward. So he was aiming to do 46 laps. So it was like, but he was determined, and the sooner he got mobile, the better, and there was no stopping him. So yeah, it was crazy. Can we talk a little bit about the out of province piece? Like we came in from Manitoba. Is there any anything that you can add with respect to, some of the challenges with out of province donors and recipients?
Well, the out-of-province recipients, while they're waiting on the wait list, like their live donor Chantal takes care of, but while they're waiting, they're actually followed by, I can only comment on the Winnipeg patients at this point in time. There's a team out there with the coordinator out there that actually takes care of them on a day-to-day basis. I get updates periodically, depending on, how sick are they? Did they suddenly get admitted for X, Y, and Z? Does that put their status on hold on the wait list, etc.? But they are managed by somebody locally for them. I don't know if there's another, are we looking at Atlantic provinces? I don't really know about them. Cheryl might be able to comment on that. But yeah, so there is somebody out there waiting, or in Winnipeg, who looks after their needs. There is a medical team with a coordinator.
So we've built a robust partnership with the Manitoba Transplant Program, so that so patients coming from Manitoba, Peggy, as you may hopefully have realized, is a little bit smoother process. We do offer transplant through our live donor program to patients in British Columbia, in Alberta, most recently from the East Coast as well. So the main thing I can say is if we can secure a partnership with a medical team out there, so whether it's a nurse and a physician, or a physician who's committed to helping us provide that care and minimizing travel for patients, that's something that we're looking at continuing to build across Canada, but definitely have done it quite well with Manitoba. And I think the experience that feedback we're hearing back from the patients, both recipients and donors, I think has been positive in both their confidence in the teams locally, as well as our team.
Mm-hmm.
And regarding the donor, there are two options. They can either have their family doctor start some initial testing so they don't have to travel to Toronto to do the CT and MRI. That being said, there can be delays in certain provinces to get these types of imaging done and completed. So depending on the needs of the recipient, sometimes it's not appropriate. And that would be a discussion we could have on the phone. Other times people directly want to just come here to Toronto and have their testing done. And we would just talk about a week that works for them, and they would come to Toronto and stay and do all the initial testing. The problem is, though, too, if they get excluded, then that is an expense that they're taking on to fly here and get hotels, etc. So that's all discussed in the conversation that I would have with them.
And just to follow up on that, the COVID pandemic has definitely put some changes into some of those travel, the ability or restrictions now for out of province for both recipients and donors. So we're conscious of that. We do our best to minimize the amount of time patients either are have to put their lives on hold to be in Toronto or when they return home. But that is something that's fluid that we're working with, and hopefully will not change too much in the coming months. But that's definitely a challenge with out of province.
Mm-hmm. And how long do donors and recipients typically stay in Toronto after transplant?
So donors will usually stay about a week after they get discharged before they go home.
Yeah, the recipient, it would depend. So it would depend if they came from a hospital and were transferred here for their transplant. Then they might be transferred right back to the hospital that they originally came from. So a hospital-to-hospital transfer, depending on their status post-transplant. Or individuals will fly home probably in the similar timelines within a week if that's safe for them, or if there are reasons that they need to stay in Toronto longer, that would be discussed with them by the medical team. It's very much dependent on where they're coming from and sort of their clinical status after the transplant. There definitely are indications where some individuals, for example, someone from Ottawa might need to stay in Toronto for a prolonged period of time in terms of a matter of weeks. But it's definitely case by case.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything else to add with respect to the process before we move on to questions? Okay. Courtney, are we able to maybe look at some of the questions that have been submitted?
Sure. We'll start with this one here at the top. So if you're coming to Toronto from Manitoba for a living donor transplant, is it faster than waiting for a deceased donor transplant in Manitoba?
So I can speak to that. Manitoba doesn't have a liver transplant program. So that's why we have partnership with them. So if you live in Manitoba and require a liver transplant, you're looking at going to either Edmonton or Toronto. The majority of patients do come to us because we do offer living donation, and your wait time for living donation is significantly less than waiting for a deceased donor. Again, dependent on medical status, but
yeah, definitely. I
yes.
concur with Cheryl.
Yes, because as I alluded to, we can do a recipient workup in 4 to 6 weeks, probably less because Manitoba does all of the testing, and Chantel typically could work up a donor in 6 weeks as well. So you're looking at 3 months to transplant, as opposed to potentially 1 to 2 years for a deceased donor.
Great. Thank you.
Hopefully that answers the question.
I think so. Yes. Thank you, Cheryl. So next question here. My son is on the liver transplant list. His brother is a match and he is proceeding with testing. Do you still look for a liver while he is waiting for results for his brother? And if one becomes available, does he still get the call? Had 2 date livers and both have been canceled, told someone else got them. Mo, I feel like this kind of relates to what you're talking about a little bit before. Yeah.
Yes. So while somebody has a live donor going through the evaluation period, and keeping in mind, I'm not involved on the donor side whatsoever, they are still active on the deceased donor list. They are still waiting for a deceased donor to come up with their match, basically. So depending on their MELD score and how high up the list they are, if they are, let's say, in the top 5 for their blood type, because on the deceased donor list, it has to be a blood type match and a size, so height and weight match as well. While the live donor is going through evaluation, they are still active on the deceased donor list. We will still call them in if their number came up.
Great, thank you. So next year, we've been getting a lot of questions recently about paired liver exchanges, but here's another one. Paired kidney exchange, or chains, seem to be fairly common. Although there have been some paired liver exchanges, what prevents that from being more common? Why are liver exchanges only a more recent event? Do you see that becoming more common and with longer chains in the future?
So I'll try to answer that as best I can. So the kidney side does have a national system in place that's been in place for some time. So they have a registry that coordinates all that. As our live donor program is UHN, our own baby here, we don't have a paired exchange registry yet for live donors. We have done one successful live donor exchange in the past recent years. So we're definitely looking at more resources and trying to get that up and running because people are interested, and that can hopefully reduce some barriers for donating if you're not a blood type match.
Great.
I was actually going to say that there's a possibility. I could be wrong on this one, but I think for kidney transplant, you don't need to be a blood type match. But for livers, you need either a match or a compatible blood type at this point in time.
All right. Thank you. Chantal, I guess this is another one for you. What would preclude someone from being able to receive, I take that back, Cheryl and Mo, receive a living donor organ?
So go ahead.
Sorry. The number one reason that typically a recipient is not eligible for living donation is anatomy. So oftentimes due to liver disease, patients develop blood clots in some of the blood supply to the liver. Sometimes that can become so extensive that it makes it unsafe surgically for the surgeon to remove that much blood supply to get rid of the clot. So that is the number one reason typically we see patients not eligible. The other one that historically had made patients ineligible was if they had had a prior transplant, whether that was from a live donor or a deceased donor. Of late, we've explored performing either a second live donor transplant if a recipient's organ graft fails, or after following a deceased donor transplant years down the road, they require retransplant, and we've explored living donor options again, looking at safety for donor first and then recipient as well. So usually it has to do with the anatomy or the blood supply.
And we do CT scans for any recipient that might have a live donor in the works to make sure the anatomy of the recipient is suitable.
And would you say that it's fairly common that most, or would you say that most recipients are able to receive a living donor organ?
I would say maybe 1%, if that, in my experience of recipients have been ineligible for living donation.
Okay, interesting. Next question here. I understand that it can be emotionally difficult for potential directed living liver donors to be declined because they are unable to help a loved one who is suffering from a life-threatening illness. How do you help support individuals in these situations?
I can answer that. So it's multiple people involved would be involved in this. So our Center for Living Donation, who is doing these wonderful webinars this week, they have a wealth of education and help our recipients and donors through the journey. So we have outreach coordinators who can assist individuals with some of the questions they may have or some of the barriers and try to find some solutions for them. Also, if the person had submitted an application, I do call those individuals and explain the reasoning why. And obviously if they have questions, concerns, or need support, reassurance, advice, I'm always there to offer that. But it is a difficult thing, and we try to find someone else in the family or community that can help so they don't feel so sad about the situation that they're in. And I always say to people who can't donate, there's lots of other things that people can do to help the recipient. It's not just being the donor. You can be the support person. You could help the family with meals, driving them to appointments. There's so much help that's required for individuals needing a transplant. It's not just being a donor. It's being a great support person and family member through a difficult time. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Chantal. So the work that the Living Liver Donor team does is amazing. Do you have any most memorable moments working with recipients and donors?
I'll let Cheryl talk, or Shauna talk with recipients, but for donors, each individual is so unique and each story is so unique. And obviously I'm not going to comment on specific situations because that would be a breach of confidentiality, but to just be a part of their life during this very difficult time, but also amazing time, it's a privilege. And it's just so nice to see, siblings donating to siblings, parents, children, family members, anonymous donors who are coming up to donate and they don't even know the individual. So you see such beautiful stories and learn a lot about their past and what made them want to do this. So it is very special.
I think from my side of the equation, when I have a recipient that gets a live donor after, well, for example, there was one who'd been waiting for 4 years, and finally there was a live donor match. So extremely grateful. They're so thankful to us for enabling this to happen, like for allowing the situation to come about instead of waiting and waiting. I had a recipient donor combination. It was a family, so a couple, similar to yourself, Penny, but it didn't pan out for them because there was an issue last minute, and so it got canceled. And then literally within, I want to say 2 weeks of that, the number came up for his deceased donor organ. So he didn't get taken off the list. He got made active again. And he got called in for a deceased in about 2 weeks. And the wife was so grateful because she felt terrible that her own donor surgery had been canceled. But it was for a medical reason, and there was nobody could account for that. So, yeah.
Cheryl, Shauna, any memorable moments working with recipients and donors?
I can say in general, I had an experience, patients that prior to Mo coming, I was managing the waiting list as well. And some of these patients unfortunately waited, 3 or 4 years. So you build a relationship. And they would get the call for transplant, and I would see them coming into clinic a month later and say hi, and they would ignore me. And I was very offended until I spoke to some people, and they said, well, they associate you with being unwell. They're not unwell anymore. They're living their life now. So I stood back and I looked at it and I thought I'm it's a privilege, as Chantal alluded to be involved with these patients at their most vulnerable, and to be trusted by them, but also then to be able to step back and see them. It's like raising your kids. You got to let them go. So with the patients, I feel that way sometimes, where you build those relationships and then you see them move on, and it's a great feeling.
Yeah, so I work in the post-transplant side. So after someone's been fortunate to go through with their transplant, and I think some of the most memorable moments are at the beginning, you're helping individuals navigate the complications or the concerns and the physical, mental struggles that everyone's going through. And then just over time, your conversation kind of just switched to those things being in the background. And in clinic visits, you're talking about grandchildren and golfing and activities that individuals are doing. So I would say the most memorable moment is as things switch and your transplant becomes something that's just in the background for you.
Nice, that's a really good one. Thank you, Shauna. So we're coming up on time, but we'll just try to answer these last 3 questions really quickly. So why do you assess one potential donor at a time? Chantal?
So we assess one potential donor at a time to make it fair and equitable for each applicant and recipient. As I mentioned before, some recipients may receive only 1 application, others may receive 50. We only have a certain amount of resources at this time, so we have to be fair and make it safe and fair for everyone. So that's why.
Great, thank you. For out-of-province patients, what supports do you provide? Financial, accommodations, travel, etc.?
So for the recipients, unfortunately, Ontario does not offer reimbursement or financial accommodation for this. We have had some feedback from Manitoba where recipients are able to receive some reimbursement or some support. Unfortunately, a lot of that has to do with recipients doing fundraising, reaching out to their communities, reaching out to their religious communities. And being able to travel. So the surgery itself, any of the hospital care is covered interprovincially, but unfortunately the cost of flying here, staying here, and meals or parking is not something that's covered at this time.
And for the donor, the social worker will be able to discuss with each donor these possible supports. So there is a Trillium Gift of Life program that does some reimbursements for donors who are donating to a recipient with an Ontario health card. There is also some Manitoba supports as well. And this will be described to you. It's not a lot of money, obviously, but it does cover certain things like accommodations, flights during the surgery. And you're just supposed to keep all your receipts, and that can be submitted after you've gone through the process. And social work will go over in more detail with you if you have any questions or concerns. You can also find a lot of information on the Trillium Gift of Life website, and you can go there and it'll explain everything to you, the reimbursement program.
Sounds good, thank you. Just because we are coming up on time and I want to give Penny the last few minutes just to close out the panel. For these last 2 questions, we will respond to you on Slido, so stay tuned for the answers later on.
The next one's answer is really easy, by the way.
Oh, do you want to just do it really quickly?
They all get swabbed when they come in, and you get the results in 24 hours. And if it's positive, it has to be moved. The surgery has to be moved.
All right.
Yep.
So this final question will be answered later on Slido. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. I guess just in closing, if we could quickly go around our panelists again. I'd just like to give each of the panelists an opportunity to share what motivates them to do their job. If you could just quickly weigh in on that. Maybe Cheryl, if you don't mind starting.
In addition to everything that I've already said, all the positives of transplant and being involved in the patients and families, unfortunately, not all of the patients who are placed on the waiting list do make it to transplant. Right now, if you go to the Trillium Gift of Life website, I believe 20 to 25% of patients do not make it to transplant. They die while waiting. That's a significant number of patients, and people often ask me how I cope with that. The way I cope with that is that 75% of my patients make it to transplant, and then I get to see that process. So that is what motivates me, is to make that 25% smaller.
Great. Thank you. Mo?
I enjoy nursing. This is my second round at school, and I love it, and I wouldn't give it up for anything in the world, except maybe my kids. But I think that, along with Cheryl, knowing the mortality on the wait list, and since November of last year, unfortunately, I was asked quite a few times to come down to our ICU to be at the bedside while the patient passed away. So the family members asked me to come down, and it hurts. It really does hurt. But I look to see the patients that get successfully transplanted and make it through to the other side to be cared for by Shauna and the rest of them. And I do check in to see how they're doing once in a while, especially if I have favorites. Like the young ones tend to be favorites just because they're really sweet and they look scared all the time. Or you have like people with whose families you've connected and built a bond, and you want them to do well. You want them all to do well. So I always try and see if, hey, how's so-and-so going? And yeah, it's fun to see that side.
Wonderful. Okay, how about you, Chantal?
So what motivates me is just learning every day. As I said, I've only been here a year, so I still have a lot to learn. And I look up to all these wonderful people who've been here forever to help me and work with the amazing multidisciplinary team. So the surgeons, the doctors, everyone is just so positive, and really they put so much effort into this job. It's not just a job, it's a passion, and it definitely shows. So that motivates me to keep learning and be up for the challenge, and be one day, been here for, say that I'm here 10 years, but yes, that's what motivates me.
Excellent. And Shauna?
So I think what motivates me, my entire nursing career has been on transplant. So I used to work on the floor inpatient when individuals were waiting for transplant or they've had one. And I only had this limited view of what transplant was, the sick individuals who are in the hospital. And now I have this breadth of a view of life after transplant. So I think what motivates me is just to sort of help people navigate. I have 400 patients, so things that I go through day to day are common to me, but it's the first time that this patient has had their transplant and navigated it. So just helping them navigate this entire course and getting to a point where their liver transplant is something that's in the background as opposed to the forefront is definitely what motivates me.
Wonderful. Great. Well, a big thank you to our panelists today. Those who have submitted questions, and everyone watching at home, thank you very much. We really appreciate your participation in the ongoing discussion about live donor liver transplant. Just a reminder to check out the final session in the In Conversation series, In Conversation with Caregivers. It's moderated by Heather Lannon. It's tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then finally, we're exceptionally grateful for the generosity of our founding supporters, Astellas Pharma Company, the Kearney and Cahill families, and a big thank you to Toronto General and Western Hospital Foundation for their continued support. So thank you all for tuning in. Take care.